motherfucker. Money on my motherfucking mind. Got 5 haircuts at the same time. White gold pants, jet ski, made a wine. Foie gras, busted Albert Einstein. Get money.
Money at my motherfucking mouth. The mansion, a ranch, and a camp in a town. A motherfucking store with the floor made of scalps. Bobby from the block, no got rocks, he got outs. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking jar. Shark fin pastry, summers on Mars. 20 motherfuckers in a levitating car. 747 full of women and cigars. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking pot. The cats are full of cars and a yard full of yachts. A leopard with a mink and an arm full of clocks. All hand wound every day by a spot. Get money. Should know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even know all the ice and the Sprite you just dropped. Get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, dollar sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money on your motherfucking heart. I can give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought, so my robots can learn how to lock. Get money.
Money, motherfucker. Money on my motherfucking mind. Got 5 haircuts at the same time. White gold pants, jet ski, made a wine. Foie gras, busted Albert Einstein. Get money.
Money at my motherfucking mouth. The mansion, a ranch, and a camp in a town. A motherfucking store with the floor made of scalps. Bobby from the block, no got rocks, he got outs. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking jar. Shark fin pastry, summers on Mars. 20 motherfuckers in a levitating car. 747 full of women and cigars. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking pot. The cats are full of cars and a yard full of yachts. A leopard with a mink and an arm full of clocks. All hand wound every day by a spot. Get money. Should know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even know all the ice and the Sprite you just dropped. Get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, dollar sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money on your motherfucking heart. I can give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought, so my robots can learn how to lock. Get money.
Money, motherfucker. Money on my motherfucking mind. Got 5 haircuts at the same time. White gold pants, jet ski, made a wine. Foie gras, busted Albert Einstein. Get money.
Money at my motherfucking mouth. The mansion, a ranch, and a camp in a town. A motherfucking store with the floor made of scalps. Bobby from the block, no got rocks, he got outs. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking jar. Shark fin pastry, summers on Mars. 20 motherfuckers in a levitating car.
Okay, sound checking. Hi Morty. Hi Neo. First time chatter, haven't you? I feel like you must have like chatted before. Anyway, welcome. Where did my music go? There we go. Not Tarkov? No, it's the funny game I played yesterday as well. Hold on, let me actually like close some tabs so stuff doesn't explode. Remember this menu account? Oh yeah, the pre. you you let us like one of your friends use the account and then they got your account banned. I think the volume is good this way. All right. Okay, wait. I can now close the stream preview. There we go. Okay, I got that. The music playing. This is like glitching, but that's always the case. There we go. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna relax today. Do maybe not stream, maybe just like watch some YouTube slop, play some Noita or something. Then I was like, but I kinda wanna play KDM a bit more. And I don't wanna like progress off stream, so yeah, now we're here. How are you, Morty? And how are you, Neo? You should answer the door when... Okay, I saw it for like a millisecond. Also, internet issues have been fixed. Fucking winter has arrived! Dude, it's rainy over here, but it's still like... Why is my... Hold on, what's happening to my track? Oh, is it that dark in here? Hold on, one sec. Why do I hear the Darkest Dungeon music? Because this game doesn't have background music. An English proficiency test yesterday, woke up an hour or so ago, and now it's raining like hell. Yeah, it's also just raining here, but like it hasn't dropped below 10 degrees Celsius yet. I was thinking I'm going insane. This game is basically Darkest Dungeon, the board game, if you will. Look, this is like our settlement over here. This is like the resources we got. Wait, is Morty still alive? No, only Glitchy died. Don't you feel like it defeats the point of the silence of the game? No, like the game has like this thing in over here. Like you can play your own music, but wait, this is Tabletop Simulator, not Kingdom Death. It is Kingdom Death, but it's Kingdom Death Simulator, which looks a lot like Tabletop Simulator. This is Ilya. This is Bunyan. This Bag. Golkas. Wait, didn't I make them? Let me look at the settlement. Flip it over. Golkas. No. Peter. You know what? Peter, I don't want to Peter anymore. This is Morty now. Morty, welcome. You're part of the survivor name list now. You know what? And Nidhogg, he isn't spawning. This is gonna be Neo. You're a male now. Okay, I hadn't joined your stream on this account because I've been too late to log into PC. Happens. You're a what? You're a man now, Morty. A man. I know you haven't been before, but yeah, this Golkus. This is me, by the way. I can't join you guys in battle because my back is broken. So yeah. Yeah, I skip next hunt, and I'm not allowed to use weapons that are +2 strength. Random Trent. Transformer, like Optimus Prime. Congrats. I think. What are you updating to? Wait, does it? Wait. Okay. Should I update the gen? Okay, you're female now. Is that yeah, it's allowed. You haven't really spawned in yet, so it's fine. Woman moment. Anyway, yeah, I did this stuff last time. Gain endeavors, update the timeline. Principles, innovations. Let's see. Booter. Anyway, oh yeah, I forgot crafting gear. I still have a bit more gear to craft. Like Ilya has the bone axe. Once per attack, if you critically wound, cause 1 additional wound. Wait, let me check. Okay, we have this which is organ, bone, hide, and consumable. Wait, we have one. Oh, we have a founding stone. We have monster hide. We have a lion claw, white fur, another lion claw, a broken lantern, and great cat bones. Now, I don't know what these cards do, actually. Like fecal, salve, and monster grease on it. What are you, a mod? SMH my head. For the longest time, I thought SMH stood for so much hate. And it kinda made sense to me, you know, because like people say SMH my head, and so like, oh, so much hate, my head hurts. I hate it that much. I'm like, oh yeah, makes sense. What? Don't overthink it. Okay, so we already have a bone axe, rawhide headband. What's that even do? Oh yeah, I can search like hide head. Like 3 hours into the game did I find out about that search button, so I didn't have to like actually search for the cards.
What does this mean?
My fellow Americans. Once it like Minion Obama be like, my yellow Americans. Shake my head was the joke of all of it. Yes, I didn't know that. Rawhide headband. You can use your energy. What's that puzzle piece mean? I don't know. Reveal the top 2 AR cards. Place them back on top of the deck in any order. That's pretty freaking strong, I think. It also feels kind of cheesy. Rawhide vest would like hit the bone axe piece and costs 1 hide. I think I'll make one of those. Does it cost it doesn't cost an endeavor to craft one, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't say it. So I take 1 white fur, That's hide, right? Yeah, that counts as hide. I discard it and then I create that like rawhide chest piece. Rawhide vest. I like how there's a little leg spike. Remember, you must play Gothic 1. Alright. +1 evasion if both of these are connected. Okay, that's... Okay, wait. No, wait. Stop it. That's a waist armor. That's like a chest armor. So you get like 1 body armor now. Yippee! And that bone axe has like +3 strength. That's kind of cool. You should play Crusader Kings 3. There's so many games I should be playing. Yeah, I think I should just get the rawhide head. Do I have 1 hide left so I can get +1 evasion? Yeah, I do. Yippee! Put this there. And then... Well, I've earned 1 rawhide headband. Flip this over. Put it here. Okay. +1 evasion. I'm not yet sure what evasion does, but Ilya is our MVP right now. Coconut flavor, low calorie milkshake. Dude, my shampoo is coconut, well, not coconut flavored, I checked, but coconut scented. I enjoy smelling like coconut. If you plan to continue, choose a monster from the quarry list on the settlement record sheet and decide which survivors will set off to hunt it. After the first story, only the White Lion is available. More monsters will be added to the quarry list through story events. Any eligible returning survivors may become departing survivors, or players may pull a new survivor from the settlement population. To do this, get a new survivor record sheet and create the survivor, adding their name to the settlement population list. Okay, so you can basically increase the population without writing down the names already. Coconut flavor shampoo! Yeah, it's not flavored, it's just scented like that. Place any gear your settlement has acquired in departing survivors' gear grids and update each survivor's armor points at each location to reflect their gear. Award any bonuses from gear and innovations that affect departing survivors. Okay, wait. So I still have like the... I have a rock here. Oh yeah, wait. I should give these guys weapons, actually. I realized. Do I still have a bunch of bone? I do. 1, 2, 3 bones. And can I use those to like create bone dagger, bone blade, bone darts? Wait, I can use use 3 of them to create 1 bone club. Surely that club is really strong if it requires like 3 bone pieces, right? But I think it's better if I just bone dagger, bone blade. Okay, that's 2 bones, and I'm gonna use them to get myself a bone dagger and blade and see which one is better. Bone dagger, bone blade. Flip around. Bone dagger. On a perfect hit, gain +1 survival. Perfect hit on attack roll with a result of Lantern 10. Okay. Oh, this one attacks 3 times though. That's kind of cool. But only has 1 strength. This one is way more like... Bone blade is way better than the dagger. What the heck? Oh, never mind. But this one is frail. When you attempt to wound a super dense hit location, this weapon breaks. Archive the card at the end of the attack. I think think Bone Blade is more likely to hit enemies. Banyan, you get the Bone Blade. And Back gets the Bone Dagger. And you get like the... Golkus gets the Founding Stone. I think they can only have one weapon each, right? I think. Okay. That's... Wait. That's not that. We're not done yet. I was like, oh, everyone should probably have a weapon that instead of like fighting barehanded. But one extra armor be good? Actually, the rawhide vest is maybe some head. Oh wait, this Ilya has head armor actually. Bam. One armor in the head location. Golkus gets one armor in the waist location because of that like towel he's wearing. So does Bag. And so does Bunyan. Oh, you already have it. Lucky Charm organ, Fecal Salve organ, Stone Noses, I don't know what that does. Rawhide pants, rawhide boots, bandages. What do bandages do actually? Computer, show me what the bandages do. Item, remove up to 2 bleeding tokens from yourself or an adjacent survivor. That's... I mean, I might as well just equip that. Yeah, you're not damaged. You're not yet damaged either. Okay. I think we're good. We have like language innovation. We cannibalize people if they die. So if someone dies, we just get like more resources. So now I think we're ready. What, any bonuses? An invasion game. Skip step 9 during... What is step 9? Skip step 9 during the first settlement phase. What is step 9? Special showdown. After showdown, heal the survivors, remove their tokens, and return to update the death count step. Okay, but we don't have a special showdown, so we're fine. Record any unspent resources. Wait. Record any unspent resources and unworn gear in the settlement storage and on the settlement record sheet. Then archive those cards. These items may be retrieved from the storage later. I mean, I'm just gonna leave them on the table. Why don't we have a special showdown? Because it's the start of the game so far. Okay, these are gone. And I grab these and assign. Thank you, Magic Pen. Do I have gear in storage? I don't. And I don't think I need it. Also, what is... Oh, that's the innovations deck that we don't need right now. Okay. So we're at step 10, record archive. Yeah, we did that. Okay. End of the beginning. Clean up the play area if the play session is over. Be sure to record the settlement's gear in the settlement storage before putting the game away. The players have completed the first story and are now ready to begin the campaign. Next, read about the campaign, play, and core game concepts. Campaign-based game. Corporation and group decisions. Miniature generation. She's got some huge... Okay. Monster is played as a campaign, a continuous game that lasts over several play sessions. It starts with the first story and ends with the final showdown against the Gold Smoke Knight. This is not meant to happen in one sitting. Each time you play, you will hunt monsters, gather resources, and develop a settlement while fending off new threats. A typical session includes one cycle of game phases. I don't know why I just get sleepy from reading. I don't know why. Anyway, survivors depart to hunt a quarry, battle their foe, and finally return to the settlement to use their spoils, developing their civilization. The survivors mark time in lantern years. You will track passage of time along with the timeline on the settlement record sheet. With each new lantern year, you will face new events and challenges on the timeline that will shape the future of your settlement. The survivor's world is punishing and the odds are stacked against them. The game will challenge the teamwork of every group of players. Well, I'm playing this solo, so I'm teamworking with myself. Monster is a fully cooperative game. Also, wait, am I... Should I move over so you can like read the text a bit better all the way from where you're looking? Is that better? Maybe it is. Players control survivors individually and take turns controlling the monster. Each phase of the game, players will rely on each other to make critical decisions about everything from battle tactics to civilization expansion. The game will prompt players to make decisions as monster controllers, event revealers, or resource spenders. Players can approach these decisions individually, as a group, or even elect leadership. Your settlement's resources are a crucial example of group decision making. It is up to the players to decide whether or not they pool their resources, spending them as a group, or split them and spend them individually. There is no right way to make a group decision. Over the course of your campaign, survivors will die and new ones will be born, and others will profoundly change over time. Survivors that endure multiple hunts will be rewarded with increases to their attribute, new abilities and bonuses. Others will suffer attribute losses, permanent disfigurements, and crippling physical and mental afflictions. Players will take the roles of multiple survivors throughout the campaign. The survivor settlement is the enduring element that must persevere. Players will create new survivors as old survivors perish. They may also create multiple living survivors to use depending on circumstances and the challenges presented to them. The players need not control the same survivor between play sessions. The survivors in the settlement can be treated as common pool that different groups and players can use. It's just as the survivors come and go, so can the players within the campaign. Survivors establish their settlement in a strange source of light and safety. During the settlement phase, they will use their gathered resources to develop this small haven. Players must work together to ready the settlement in the final confrontation against the Gold Smoke Knight. As you fight new monsters and make new discoveries, you will build new settlement locations, craft gear, add innovations to your society, and determine its guiding principles. Players are encouraged to experiment, implement votes, assign roles, and find new ways to govern your settlement. The settlement phase is a great place to start from and end your game sessions. After survivors return from battle, players develop their settlement and spend resources before the new group sets off. Update the record of what you've earned so that you are ready to hunt when you return to the game. During the hunt phase, a group survivors departs from the settlement to track their quarry through the bizarre landscape of monsters. The price of their failure is grim. If the survivors perish or return empty-handed, the settlement will starve. Hunting takes place on the hunt board, which acts as a stage for the chaotic events that befall the survivors while in pursuit of the monster. Lethal risks and strange rewards await the survivors on the hunt. Even the journey to the battle can be potentially fatal. When hunting the monsters, players take turn guiding the group through each event. Use this as an opportunity to create suspense and surprise. Read the hunt event scenarios aloud without revealing the possible outcomes. Decide how to approach each situation, then make any rolls and face any outcomes together. Defeating monsters in the showdown phase is the primary way of gathering resources. Involving survivors and passing lantern years, the showdown phase is the longest phase of the game and requires the most in-depth cooperation strategy. The showdown consists of a battle between the entire group of survivors against one single monstrous intelligence. Each showdown in Monster is unique. Players take turns controlling the monster using a pair of randomized decks that govern its behavior. Monsters are also tough. Your group will utilize all of its weapons, gear, innovations, and survivor characteristics to their full potential to defeat each new foe. Whoa. Okay, sorry. Good thing you guys can't see where I'm looking. Innovations are social and technological discoveries that profoundly affect the future of your settlement. They can grant new combat abilities, access new resources, settlement activities, and expand the possibilities of the settlement's future. Each new innovation is permanently added to the settlement. Settlement innovations are recorded on the settlement record sheet and are stored apart from the innovation deck. Oh yeah, like that. Okay, yeah. So basically, don't put the ones you get back into the pile. The innovation deck contains the settlement's potential. When survivors innovate, gaining cards from a deck to add to the settlement, the innovation deck grows. Innovations direct you to add new innovations to the innovation deck as they are discovered. As a result, the innovation deck is persistent and grows uniquely based on your settlement's decisions. There is a special place in the box to store your settlement's unique innovations to keep track of it between game sessions. A story event is the moment in time shared by all the players. When a story event is triggered, everything that is currently happening in the game freezes. Pass the gamebook to a player, turn to the indicated story event and read out loud what happens next. Share the full page artwork with everyone. Once the story event is resolved and all outcomes have been recorded, the game unfreezes and anything that was happening resumes. Story events arise when survivors confront important philosophical decisions, explore and gather resources during the hunt, discover new monsters, and gain a new power. Each monster has a showdown story event that has all the information that you will need to hunt and fight it. When you see the book icon, trigger the indicated story event right now. Story events are listed on the settlement's timeline, some on monster cards, on innovations, and even on survivor record sheets. Milestones, indicated by heavy lined unfilled boxes on the survivor and settlement record sheets, have special rules that occur when they are filled in. Milestones can be reached by individual survivors and by the settlement. As survivors gain hunt experience, they will reach milestones. These milestones will trigger the H story event, which will increase the survivor's power. Survivors also encounter milestones when as they gain courage, understanding, and weapon proficiency. The settlement milestone story event section on the settlement record sheet includes many milestones, like the settlement's first birth, first death, and first game over when the population reaches 0. When these milestones are reached, fill in their box and immediately trigger their corresponding story events. This is a lot of reading. Throughout the game, you will roll the dice to determine the outcome of everything from attacks to choosing random players. When the game instructs you to roll d10s, it refers to the 10-sided die. Yeah, we already went over that. The number of die you need to roll is specified by the number before d10, so 2d10 is 2 dice. If the game instructs you to roll a d5, roll a d10 and divide the result in half, rounded up. Read, babe! No! I don't wanna... rolling on tables is an important component of the game, introducing an element of chance to events. Many moments in the game are accompanied by a table. Everything from determining the outcomes to severe injuries from the results of the story events contains an element of chance. Some tables are even affected by existing innovations and principles that the group has already chosen. Lantern 10. Lantern 10 refers to a die roll result where the lantern face is showing. A natural 1 is where the number 1 is showing. During a showdown, it's possible to encounter situations where it's impossible to succeed or fail at wounding or hitting. In such cases, Lantern 10s always succeed and 1s always fail. This way, the possibility of success or failure always exists, even in the most one-sided circumstances. For instance, a player may find themselves facing a monster with toughness so high that the maximum die result, 10, combined with their strength, is not enough to penetrate the monster's toughness. In that case, when a Lantern 10 is rolled, it will still wound. And cause critical wounds, if luck allows. Conversely, monsters may face situations where an attack roll will always hit. For example, attacking a survivor with negative evasion might mean that a hit or a 1 would hit on a 1 or higher. In these cases, a natural 1 will still miss. As in any game with many moving parts and rules, conflicts may occasionally arise regarding rules, interpretations, group decisions, and exceptions. First and foremost, this game is designed to provide time well spent with friends. Use this as the guiding principle for solving any problems that arise. In addition, here are some technical guidelines for resolving conflict. When conflict arises over contradictions in the rules, apply specific rules found on cards, AI gear, etc., and story events before any rules found in the rulebook core sections. If conflicts arise that slow or halt a play session completely, use the rule of death. Always rule against the survivors. Kingdom Death is a dangerous place and the survivor's future is bleak. Make sure that any ambiguities resolve against the survivor's favor. At the core, Monster is a cooperative game experience. Be respectful of others as you navigate their game's rule decisions together. What a twink. Survivors. Life is grim. Each survivor has a record sheet that keeps track of essential information, and players use miniatures. I have the virtual ones right there. Survivors change as they progress over lengthened years, gaining gear and losing limbs. Players are encouraged to build new miniatures of their survivor by combining pieces from different armor sets and to create a miniature that represents their survivor's favorite gear and personal story. Survivors' miniatures don't need to accurately reflect the gear that the player uses in-game. However, if your group decides to play this way, it is usually possible to do so. Survivor miniatures use 30mm bases. Name your survivor and give them substance and a connection to the player. Survival is the desperate desire to cling to life. Survival is gained and lost through the campaign. It may be spent to perform extraordinary feats and change your fate. When you name your survivor, they gain +1 survival. For a brand new survivor, add a 1 in the survival box when you name them. As the amount of survival increases and decreases, update the survival box in your record sheet. Survival limit is the maximum amount of survival any survivor may have. Twink? Where? This gray dude here. Look at like the guy next to him, and then he's completely beardless. Anyway. When the settlement innovates language, the survival limit is increased by 1 to 2. Any additional survival gained over the limit is lost. Survival may be spent to dash, dodge, encourage, surge, and endure. In the first story, starting survivors can only dodge. All their survival actions are added as a result of innovation in the settlement. When the settlement innovates language, paint, inner lantern, and destiny, survivors gain the ability to encourage. Oh wait, we got language, so we already got encourage, but we don't have language, paint, inner lantern. Yeah. Adding innovation to the settlement. Yeah, we didn't get that innovation. It's in the innovation deck though, but we didn't get it yet. As these become available in settlements, fill in the appropriate box on the current and new survivor record sheets. Wait, let me check something. Like I'm supposed to add those. Yeah, those are like language consequence, right? Yeah, they are in this deck. Summon dwells with creative energy. All survivors gain the dash, survival action. There's drums, there's inner lantern, that's surge. Okay. We shuffle it because we looked at the order. Let's see. 5 attributes are used in... attributes are used in the course of fighting monsters. Oh yeah, that's those. They include movement, accuracy, strength, evasion, luck, and speed. A survivor may gain permanent increases or decreases to their attributes. Update the values in the appropriate box on the record sheet to reflect these changes. If a survivor gains temporary modifiers to their attributes, place a token on the record sheet instead of changing the sheet. Remove these tokens at the end of the showdown. Okay. Yeah, we had those. Evasion, luck... Yeah, movement is just moving more. Accuracy is like +1 accuracy. Strength is +1, like, roll to wound. Evasion is added to the monster's attack profile accuracy to determine... Ah, okay. Can be a negative number which is subtracted from the accuracy. Ah. Yeah, luck is higher chance to crit. Speed is like 1 extra attack. There's hit locations. Hit locations are survivors, part of a survivor's body where they can wear armor and suffer damage. The hit locations are those. Have a space for armor points. We have those. Without armor, they have 0 points. Hit locations have a light injury level and a heavy injury level. The head is an exception, since the head is more fragile and can withstand less injury. It only has a heavy injury level. When players fill the heavy injury bar on the survivor record sheet, they are knocked down. When they are knocked down... Wait. If I was knocked down as noted below each hit location name, yes. Brain. The brain is a survivor location different from the hit location and represents their mental fitness. The brain can only be damaged by brain damage. Makes sense. Since the human mind is fragile, there's only 1 injury level for the brain. Okay. Insanity protects the brain location the same way that armor protects hit location. The more insane a survivor is, the less likely they are to be shaken by the horrors that befall them. Insanity points are gained and lost throughout the campaign. Having 3+ insanity makes a survivor insane, which can stand in the way of making some rational decisions during some events. As the amount of insanity increases and decreases, update the insanity box on your record sheet. Survivors gain hunt experience during the aftermath of a vicious showdown. When a survivor gains hunt XP, update their record sheet by filling out the next unfilled hunt XP box. Some hunt experience levels have milestones, indicated by a heavy line box, that trigger the H story event. The number of milestones filled indicates which H rule to apply. When the final hunt experience box is filled, the survivor is too old to hunt and must retire. Weapon proficiency. When a survivor reaches the first hunt XP milestone, the H-story event grants them weapon proficiency. They may select a weapon type and start gaining weapon proficiency levels with this weapon. A weapon's type is a keyword on the gear card below the name. Following weapons may be selected as proficiency: axe, bow, club, dagger, fist and tooth, grand weapon, katar, shield, spear, sword, and whip. Earning weapon proficiency level. During a showdown, a survivor must wound a monster at least once with the chosen weapon to be eligible to gain 1 level. During the aftermath, if they are victorious, eligible survivors gain 1 proficiency level. Fill in the next unfilled box on the survivor's record sheet to indicate this. Oh, hey, the tabletop game with the super horny miniatures. Says the one woman nothing on the other page. No, she's heavily injured and knocked down. But I do agree that like the women in this game look like they are from that Darkest Dungeon mod, you know? Same different. Oi. A survivor may change their selected weapon type. Oh wait, what yeah. A survivor cannot gain weapon proficiency if they do not have a weapon type selected. Unless they do otherwise. They have not yet dedicated themselves to training and thus cannot learn. Anyways, hi Bonner! Hi Damal. How are you doing? I'm reading. A lot of stuff. A lot of rules. A survivor may change their selected weapon type when they depart for a hunt. If they do, lose all accrued levels of weapon proficiency, including weapon specializations. Erase any filled boxes and start over with the new weapon type. When a survivor reaches the specialization milestone, they gain benefits of specialization for that card type. Or advanced abilities that can be used with that weapon. They keep these benefits while their milestone remains filled. When a survivor reaches mastery, it is permanently added to your settlement as an innovation. The survivor's command of the weapon is so extensive that all current and future survivors of that weapon, that settlement, gain that weapon's specialization ability in addition to their own weapon proficiencies. The master will keep the full benefits of the mastery as long as the innovation remains in the settlement. If a new survivor wants to gain the benefits of the mastery that's already on innovation in the settlement, they must gain all 8 weapon proficiency levels. Huh. Courage and understanding. Courage and understanding will aid survivors through the hunt and showdown. Some events... I don't know why I'm so yawning while reading. Maybe I'm just not getting enough oxygen. Been streaming the Metal Gear series recently and I just beat the first 2 games. I should... that's also like a game I gotta play. Like the whole Metal Gear series. But that'll take a while. Falls asleep from his own readings? Yeah. Courage and understanding will aid the survivors throughout the hunt and showdown. Some events require levels of courage or understanding to participate in them. Courage is a survivor's potentially ill-advised bravery, and understanding is a survivor's insight. Courage and understanding have milestones, indicated by the heavy boxes, that trigger story events the first time a survivor reaches that milestone. They can only be triggered once in a lifetime for each survivor. Oh, there's so much more. Next one up is Metal Gear Solid. I kind of like I should play Revengeance, but in order to, you get to Revengeance, there's like 3 other games I need to play first. Fighting arts can be learned from innovations and events. Wait. These things are still numbered, and numbers are like on this thing. Damn. Anyway. Some fighting arts are maneuvers that can be activated in place of a weapon gear to make attacks. Fighting arts can have additional costs or prerequisites to use, but usually have exciting effects. Each fighting art has a corresponding card in the fighting art deck that describes the rules for it. When a survivor gains a fighting art recorded on the survivor record sheet, survivors can have up to 3 fighting arts. Any further fighting arts gained must replace an existing one of your choice. If a survivor would gain a fighting art they already have, nothing happens. If you lose the use of a fighting art, fill in the corresponding box. You regain it. If you regain their use, erase the box. Oh, okay. Sure, if I'll play the spin-off games alongside the other, or do them separately later. No, you should play Ape Escape 3 and play the Metal Gear Solid minigame in there, because there's like a genuine part where just Snake appears and talks to like the monkey, and it's kind of crazy. It is canon, I think. Maybe. The horrors of their existence can cause survivors to develop mental disorders. Survivors can gain a specific or random disorders. Disorders describe the effect of each disorder. If a survivor gains a random disorder, shuffle all disorders and draw one. When a survivor gains a particular disorder, draw the corresponding disorder card. When a survivor gains a disorder, record its rules on the survivor record sheet. Survivors can have up to 3 disorders. Any further disorders gained must replace an existing one of your choice. If a survivor would gain a disorder they already have, nothing happens. Disorder can be cured on their own at upgraded settlement locations or as a result of some innovations and even during some events. Right, did you see the new Steam machine? Yeah, it looks pretty cool, but I've also seen the new like Steam frame. And I kind of want to get the Steam frame, and I was like, oh, then I won't need base stations. But I do need base stations for my full body tracking, so I'm gonna have like 2 different systems, and then they like are gonna drift, and that's gonna be oof. That might be rough. The Gabe Cube, yeah. But I do want to get the Steam frame. I assume it's gonna be less than $1,000. I hope. But yeah, that would be cool. Because, you know, eye tracking. This, but in VR. Yippee! Survivors may gain abilities, severe injuries, ailments, and other painful reminders of their journey. Record these in the abilities and impairments section of the survivor record sheet. A survivor may have any numbers of abilities and impairments. Abilities are unique rules acquired by survivors that aid them during a hunt and showdown. When a survivor's armor and injury levels are exhausted, they accumulate severe injuries from the severe injury table. Severe injuries can be temporary or permanent. When you suffer permanent injuries, note the name and rules on your record sheet and adjust the survivor's attributes as necessary. If a permanent injury is healed, erase it. Some injuries require you to skip hunts. Fill the skip next hunt box on your survivor record sheet. Otherwise, severe injuries last until the end of the showdown. Use the attribute tokens to mark such injuries. Is there like a disembowel token or something? I don't know. I said I was gonna wait on the deck art to be revealed to decide whether or not to get a big screen beyond 2. Yeah, one friend of mine has the big screen beyond 2. And I use that plus like full body tracking. But I think, well, I do want full body tracking, but like the big screen beyond 2 is also like pretty pricey. And oh my god, are you KDMing? Yeah, they got me. Targeted advertising, you know. Also, Jimmy, this entire stream has almost been an hour. I've only been reading, yeah, these couple pages. $20 edition? Yeah. What, do I look like I'm made of money? What are you, crazy? I mean, let's see what the price is. If, like, Valve isn't stupid. I think they know that they're competing with, like, the Meta Quest 3. And that one is below $600. And, like, the Steam frame has pretty similar specs. So too expensive, I'm just gonna hop on the big screen beyond. Yeah, that's fair. The big screen beyond is also, like, incredibly light. I want to get the digital just for the instructions book. Yeah, I'm also like, man, I wish I could just get the I don't need like $500 worth of miniatures and figures to paint. Just give me the box. Just give me the box and the instructions book and like the cards, and then I'm good. Like, me and my friends just have like a battle map for D&D, and our miniatures are Lego figures, so you should just do the White Lion fight and teach you how to play and search the terms. Yeah, but like that's the tutorial is already like the White Lion fight, basically. Also, wait, is Bear gossiping about me? Is he like second screen, like multi-stream drifting right now. Yeah, the tutorial is the first white line. Yeah, and that like took me a couple hours to beat. Aliens. We play multiplayer with BB. I think Kolkus also wants to play, play this game sometime. So, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy the $20 edition and like have a look-see myself before I hop into, you know, a dedicated multiplayer session. Yeah, me too. You also have it? Holy. Well, that's like 4 players. If I counted correctly. Though I guess a voiceless chatter isn't that fun to interact with. No, you got the whole this box here right here. It'll be fine. Once per lifetime. Record events that are marked as once per lifetime when you gain them. This should help you remember to not gain them again. If you use your survival of the fittest reroll, fill the checkbox. Wait, what's survival of the fittest? Just a reroll? Bleeding tokens. Bleeding tokens can be gained from most severe injuries as well as some events or monster attacks. If a survivor has 5 or more bleeding tokens, they are dead. Yeah, so this was all explained before already. But they just didn't show you what the bleeding token looked like. Attribute modifier. Yeah, they can be flipped over to be a -1. As survivors gain or suffer non-permanent changes to their attributes, yeah, use those tokens. They are removed at the end of the showdown. Retirement. In rare instances, survivors retire rather than perish. When the last hunt XP box is filled, the survivor retires. A survivor may also be forced into early retirement by severe injuries. Retired survivors cannot hunt or participate in showdowns. When a survivor retires, they still contribute to the total population of the settlement and may participate in settlement events and endeavors. Where is your doodle redeem? I think I had one like a year or 2 ago and I made it like, I don't know, like 5 or 25k or something, and then I got 3 redeems, and I was like, wow, this sucks. How does it? I would rather like draw stuff I like drawing. Yeah, I'm still drawing. Wait, I hold on. Let me pull up the. Clip Studio Paint folder. it's in the October folder, so that means that I've been like taking too long, but like it's it was gonna be like Lily Hops flying away with a Noita wand, but animations take long. But animations are like are like the only way I manage to trust the process. Otherwise, I don't. Otherwise, I'll just get stuck on the sketch or like line art layer for 4 hours and get burned out or something. The gear grid has space for 9 gear cards, which can be arranged in any configuration as long as they are faced right side up. They cannot be rotated. A gear and the gear grids can only be arranged during the settlement phase. Fist and Tooth is like fighting barehanded. And the rules are listed right there. Duplicate gear. Except for weapons, a survivor may not have multiple copies of the same gear in the gear grid. Oh wait, so you can just bring a ton of like bone darts. A survivor gains the benefits of a weapon's special rules only once, no matter how many copies they have. additional copies of the weapon still contribute affinities. Keywords are used to describe a gear's important features. The keywords may be referenced by events, monster cards, or other rules. For example, bone earrings item requires the survivor to only have bone gear in their gear grid to gain its bonus. This refers to the gear with that bone keyword. Wait. No, actually, that's cloth. It's like, wait, can I not like make a full bone set and then bone earrings? But I don't know what boost they give. Like probably just one evasion or something. Special rules. Special rules are listed at the bottom of some gear cards. These rules include special abilities and limitations. Weapons can be savage or frail. The rules of lower level gear are explained on the cards. However, rules on some higher level gears are referred to by name only. Full explanations of all gear rules can be found in the glossary. A complete armor set will bestow a survivor with a bonus listed on an armor set card. Usually, armor that is part of a set all have names that begin with the same word. Rawhide armor, white lion armor. Oh, I just used all the white lion stuff already. Oh well. While the survivor is wearing all armor from a single settlement location with the set keyword, they have completed the set and gained the benefits on the corresponding armor set card. A survivor wearing a white lion helm, white lion gauntlets, white lion coat, white lion skirt, white lion boots have completed the white lion armor set and gained the completed set bonus listed on the white lion armor set card. That's a lot of white lion. Activation cost. Some gear requires an additional cost from the survivor in order to use them. The most common cost is associated with using gear is spending on activation, but other costs such as spending survival or else suffering damage also appear on gear cards. The catgut bow is cumbersome, which requires the survivor to spend their movement action in addition to an activation in order to be fired. Some gear functions differently if survivors are insane, some have a certain amount of survival or meet attribute requirements. These will be noted in the rules description or explained in a glossary. Oh, there's even more. We're getting info dumped. Why didn't they like explain what these things mean on like during the settlement phase, and like why do they explain now during departure? Arm protects survivors by when you depart, gain +1 survival. Okay, these rawhide boots are good. What the heck? By increasing armor points at the hit location. Okay, that's the name. That's the keywords. That's the number of armor points gained. That's the hit location. Special rules for the armor. When you depart, update your current armor and armor points, and etc. etc. Weapon gear. Okay, that's the name. That's the keyword. That's the indicates spending 1 activation. The speed, that's how many times it hits, what you need to roll to hit, what you need to add to the next roll to damage, the weapon's affinity, special abilities of this weapon. Okay. Vehicle salve. When you depart, gain +1 survival. Action. If you are not a threat until you attack. If you have the priority target token, remove it. Huh. Wait, that's an action? Some items, special rules require the survivor to spend an action to trigger the special rules. Okay, so you can just put poo on yourself and you won't be a threat anymore. Okay. Affinities. Some gear cards have red, blue, or green adjacent squares on the card edge. If a half square is adjacent to another half square of the same color, they complete the form as 1 affinity. Some gear cards have affinity bonuses that impart special effects on the survivor if the affinity requirements are met. You would think they would just put this one line a bit lower so it's not like split. The text isn't split by the picture. Affinity requirements are indicated by a number of small colored squares in the gear special rules. Each colored square represents 1 affinity that must be in the survivor's gear grid, you must have the affinities and in the rule specified. The affinities rule specifies to gain the bonus of the gear. Like +1 luck to Lucky Charm gear card as a requirement of 2 blue affinities. Ah, okay. A survivor gains the +1 luck affinity bonus from the Lucky Charm if they have 2 or more completed blue squares on the grid. Okay. Yeah, like that. Puzzle affinities. In addition, some affinity bonuses can only be gained if the affinities are completed on that specific card. Oh, indicated by the puzzle pieces instead of boxes. Ah. Okay. Affinity bonus limit. If an affinity bonus... Wait. An affinity bonus from a piece of gear is only gained once. A survivor with a total of 5 blue affinities will only gain +1 luck from Lucky Charm. In addition, they cannot gain a second affinity bonus from a second identical gear. Ah, okay. So no cheesing it. If had to mute like me choking. If gear forming a part of an affinity is lost during the Hunter Showdown, it no longer completes affinities in the show grid. The affinities bonuses are lost as well. Whoa. I like how the book even mentions, like, oh yeah, when you do a story event, be sure to show the other players, like, the cool art in the book. Monsters have unique anatomies and behaviors. The bizarre, inscrunchable intelligence of monsters is represented in the game by these unique components. Miniatures that represent the monster story events that define their attributes, AI cards, hit locations, resources, and hunt events. Miniatures are included to represent all 8 monsters that players will face. Some monsters have many parts and will be very large, like the Phoenix. Only the White Lion miniature is needed to begin the game. Players don't need to assemble a monster's miniature until they are ready to fight it. As you progress through the campaign, take the time to build the new monsters as part of the hobby aspect of Monster. Monster miniatures are attached to 50mm bases, White Lion, Screaming, or 100mm bases. The Phoenix. Monster Showdown story events describe essential information about encounters with a monster. 1 monster name, 2 instinct. Instincts describe what a monster does if it cannot find a target to attack. Each monster has a different instinct. A screaming antelope will graze around the board, but a white lion will sniff to track its prey relentlessly. Blind spot. This is a diagram of what spaces on the showdown board are in the monster's blind spot. Monster characteristics and attributes are organized by level. Monster attributes include movement, toughness, speed, and damage. Monster characteristics include level, AI deck, special AI cards, and bonus tokens. Higher level monsters are more difficult foes. They have more AI cards and more special AI cards, as well as higher toughness, movement, and speed than lower level monsters. Oh, there's so much info. A monster's level determines the difficulty of the encounter and the monster's placement on the hunt board. Oh yeah, that's level. The AI deck should be like, yeah, that's basic and advanced cards. Movement, toughness, speed, and like +1 damage. Toughness is the number. You must meet or exceed to wound the monster. Speed is added to the speed listed on a... Oh, so +1 to hit. Oh, that's spooky. Calculate the monster attack. If a monster has no speed listed in this section, nothing is added to speed attack profiles. Damage. Damage attributes only added to the damage listed on an attack profile to calculate the total damage caused by the monster's attack. Monster damage does not affect damage listed outside of attack profiles, e.g. damage from grab or brain damage. Oh, okay, so that's like after damage trigger basically. It doesn't apply there. G. Yeah, that looks new. AI cards and additional rules. This section describes any special AI cards that start in play at the beginning of a showdown. AI cards can change the monster's behavior, attributes, or setup rules. Any other modifications to a specific modifications specific to a monster's level, such as attributes or AI tokens or cards, are also included in this section. The showdown begins with these additions in play. Oh, these are like special AI cards and they get these tokens. Oh, okay. I'm glad we start with like level 1 and not like 2 looks already looks really scary because like that's 10 toughness. You only hit on a crit. What the heck? Monster tokens. Monsters have 2 unique attribute tokens, toughness and damage. Corresponding to these unique monster attributes, negative tokens cannot reduce... Wait, corresponding to these unique monster attributes. Yeah, negative tokens cannot reduce a monster's damage, toughness, or movement speed attributes out below 1. Okay. During the showdown, use the attribute tokens to indicate positive or negative changes to a monster's movement, etc. Attribute modifiers are double-sided to show gains or losses of that attribute. Yeah, we had that before. Luck tokens, yeah, that's just more likely to crit. Hunt board diagram. Some monsters like White Lion, Screaming Antelope, and Phoenix can be hunted. These monsters' story events have the hunt board diagrams that illustrate how to set up a hunt for that monster. Hunting a monster is fully detailed in the hunt phase section. Terrain and deployment. Oh. In section that describes what terrain to set up on the showdown board and where to place the survivors and monsters. Terrain and setting up the showdown board are fully detailed in the showdown phase terrain sections respectively. Aftermath is like victory. The victory rules describe what happens to the survivors when they kill a monster, including what resources you get, defeat rules and rewards, and basic actions and reference cards. Double-sided basic action and reference cards are included in the game in a small portable overview of the monster's characteristics. They are fully described in the Monster Showdown story event. They serve as a compact reminder of frequently used monster information that can be used each showdown. Okay, I think we got it now. No, we don't got it. We need to read more. I mean, we already went over this in the tutorial, right? Find which it belongs to, the name of the AI card, the card level, AI type. Reading. Yeah, I know. The big targets, no targets, the flows. Flow is described by an arrow. The action following the flow is performed after the action above it. Yeah, so move and then attack target and then hit and that and then... Oh yeah, permanent impairment, no jaw. Okay, that's scary. Alerts are represented by a bar with an alert symbol. Actions following an alert contain important conditional information that must be considered to determine if the action is performed. Continue to perform any further actions on the AI card unless stated otherwise. Survival may not be spent during an alert. Okay, so he does still attack, but that also happens. Wait, let me double read that. Actions following on alert contain important conditional information that must be considered to determine if the action is performed. Continue performing any further actions on the AI card unless stated otherwise. Okay. A does attack profile, yeah. Headhunter. After hit, always hits the target head. Oh, okay. Attack effects are contained in the box. Persistent injury actions. Persistent injuries are conditional actions that replace the normal rules of an AI card. Persistent injuries actions on AI cards are only performed when the monster is suffering from its corresponding persistent injury. When a persistent injury is performed, any other action... Oh, when a persistent injury action is performed, any other actions on the card are ignored. Okay, so if he tries to chomp but has no jaw, then that happens. Cool. That's actually really good. Intimidate actions. Intimidate actions hurt a survivor's mental well-being. Yeah, that's the brain damage. Crab. Place a target knocked down in front of the monster. Target suffers 1 damage per monster level. Definitions are included on the AI cards in the gray corners. They explain the terms in bold. I have no jaw and I must chomp. Yeah, and then you end up like vomiting blood and everyone goes insane. Combat is chaos. Flailing, thrashing blows rain down from both sides. A monster's complex anatomy, its reactions to being attacked, and unpredictable nature of the battle are represented by the hit locations deck. Each monster has a unique hit location deck composed of its own hit location cards. Hit location cards share the following characteristics. Name, card art, hit location types. It can be First Strike, Impervious, Super Dance, Trap, and Parry and normal cards. A card is normal unless another type is listed. Giant Tongue is a normal hit location card. Hit location type effects are detailed in the showdown phase rules. Okay. Hit location special rules. Some hit locations have special rules. For example, Screaming Antelope's Giant Tongue is easier to wound because it has -2 toughness. Okay. Sometimes monsters react to being hit. Reactions on hit locations are represented by a black diamond. Yeah. And like, when an R, a reaction occurs after rolling to wound in the hit location it's found on. 3 types of reactions: wound, failure, and reflex. Critical wounds are represented by the lantern. Yeah. Persistent injuries. Yeah, if you crit, they might persistent injury them, and you get like the cool skull. The monster that has no jaw persistent injury when it draws chomp performs the no jaw persistent injury action instead of any other action on the card. Aromatic breeze. The hungry lion sniffs the survivor's musk in the wind. Monster hunt event cards are events that are only encountered when hunting a particular type of monster. They describe specific pitfalls while tracking the monster. Each huntable monster has their own set of hunt event cards. They are used with the hunt board to hunt a quarry. Monster resources. Monster resource cards are resources that are only gained from fighting that type of monster. There are separate decks of monster resource cards for huntable monsters. Each monster has a resource type. For instance, Lion Claw is a bone resource type. Monster resources can be found and used and spent as a resource type, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Life trait. The life card is a unique trait card that is used for encounters with some monsters and gameplay variants. It represents a monster's life in place of its AI deck. A pair of D10s should be placed in marked spaces using the dice faces to represent a numerical value. Oh. Encounters with some monster in gameplay. Oh, okay. So normally the AI cards of the boss like show what their health is, but in this case, in some cases you can use this card. When a monster has the S life, special card life in its monster characteristics, it will be followed by a number. This number is the number of wounds the life trait starts with. Instead of removing wounds by removing AI cards in the wound stack, wound the monster by reducing the number of life trait. When the number of life is reduced to 0, the monster is dead. One consequence of life is that the monster does not lose AI cards and is always fighting with its full deck. Rules that trigger when the monster is wounded still apply as normal. Example, if the hand at the life trait, the wounds still add tokens for impossible eyes. Okay. Yeah, when a monster with life heals, it... Wait, when a monster with life heals, if the monster's current life is less than its starting value, it increases. Okay. If any rules would give the monster a life trait multiple times, combine the listed number amounts to find the life starting number. Damn. The Great Golden Cat from the Legendary Monster Story event has a life of 15 under its characteristics. That means that the monster starts with 15 wounds. Plays 1d10 on life with a 1. Wait, but I'm not sure if I even can put them dice down like that in the simulator. Game variant in this rulebook, 5 to 6 players variant uses life trait. Oh, okay, so that's if you have multiple players. There are proxy cards included. Indomitable is a unique trait card used for encounters with all 3+ level monsters. These monsters are so powerful that they stand much faster when they are knocked down, providing a very narrow opportunity for survivors to take advantage of their weakened state. Monster level symbol, the star symbol on all on game cards and events refers to the monster's level. It can be found in Kingdom Death Monsters expansions and blah blah blah. Okay, we got it. Oh, even more. Our basic resource, monster resource, strange resources, and vermin resource. All resources have shared types. Some costs are listed by type, e.g. 3 bone and 2 organ. And a resource of that type may be spent, for example, lion claw may be spent as bone. However, some cost-specific resources by name. No substitutions may occur in these cases. If a recipe has a resource listed as cost, then any resource can be used. Okay. Resources, strange resources. Gain specific circumstances. The following can that has a variety of small bizarre species. These are represented by vermin resource cards. Okay, got it. Survivors. We're still reading. A survivor gains a resource. Draw a card from the appropriate resource deck and place it next to their gear grid in the play area. Oh yeah, we did that before. Groups gaining resources. When another monster is defeated, the players collect rewards listed in that monster story event. All living survivors need to decide how to divide them. Yeah, I'm gonna do that myself. When you're directed to gain a resource and that specific card is not currently in the resource deck, you do not gain it. Nor do you add it to the settlement storage. You gain nothing. Good day, sir. This situation can occur when an event or effect of a card lists a specific resource to gain and that resource is currently being carried by the survivor. So that when they die, another survivor just takes the resource they were carrying. Yeah. You can trade. There's somewhat special rules. They stay in the settlement. You don't bring them with you. Terrain. The landscape of Kingdom Death is strewn with odd features and relics that may prove advantageous to survivors fighting for their life. Terrain tiles are placed upon spaces on the showdown board before battle begins. Unless otherwise stated, survivors may move through spaces with terrain tiles on them as if they were unoccupied spaces. Terrain tiles may not be placed on top of one another. Ignore any rules or effects that instruct you to place more terrain tiles than are available in a core game. The terrain and deployment section of each monster showdown in the story event specifies what terrain to use for that showdown. The showdown phase section The showdown phase section details showdown terrain setup. Oh, I thought details was like a noun here, but it's a verb. Terrain cards correspond with the matching tiles and contain rules for placing and interacting with them. They are placed on the side of the showdown board so that they can easily be referenced. Image of the terrain tile, terrain name, and the number of tiles the card generates on setup. If the no number is indicated, then the only one tile should be set up. 3 special rules. 4 terrain setup rules are listed if there are no specific setup rules listed in the terrain and deployment section of the monster showdown in the story event. Terrain cards with action indicate the corresponding terrain can be activated. Survivors adjacent or on spaces occupied by this kind of terrain may spend activation to use the rules on the terrain card. If you're standing on a space occupied by tall grass, you disappear into it. If you have the priority target token, remove it. You are not a threat until you attack or move out of the space occupied by tall grass. Basically, you can hide in it. Obstacle, this blocks the survivor and monster's field of view. Oh, okay, there's terrain cards and there's obstacle cards. Basically. To check if field of view is blocked, draw an imaginary line from the center of the miniature space to the... Oh, yeah, that's just how viewing things works. The survivor's field of view is blocked by the toppled pillar. They cannot attack with ranged weapons. Oh yeah, that's very close then. Impassable terrain occupies all spaces that it covers. Survivors cannot move through those. If a monster rule like grab would place a survivor onto impassable terrain, they instead collide with the terrain and are to the nearest free space adjacent to the terrain. A complete explanation of collision is found in the showdown section. Then give me the showdown section already. When a survivor collides with destructible terrain, archive the terrain tile. The survivor suffers 1 damage to a random hit location as a result of the collision. Unless otherwise stated on terrain card, monsters ignore terrain tiles on the showdown board. For example, terrain with obstacle rule block a monster's line of sight, and when the monster passes over the destructible terrain, it is archived. There's no way that that's comfortable. The hunt phase. During the hunt phase, players will choose a quarry, set up the hunt board, hunt the quarry along with the hunt board until a showdown begins or the hunt fails. Table setup. Place the hunt board opposite the opposite side of the settlement board on the table. Wait, opposite side of the settlement? But I got my stuff on there, man. Oh, I'm picking that deck of lagged stuff. What do you mean it's locked? Unlock it. Flip. Huh, there it is. Oh, but it's upside down. Start. Overwhelming darkness and then starvation. Holy, do we get to play the game? Well, we only have the White Lion Quarry, so... Record sheets on... Survived that. Compose the hunt team on the table. Yeah, we're there. Choose your quarry, White Lion. Some monsters cannot be hunted and are only appear as a result of story event or nemesis encounters on the timeline, e.g. Butcher, Kingsman, or the Hand. If this is a nemesis encounter, skip the hunt phase and move directly to the showdown. Choose the monster level, usually 1, 2, or 3. The higher the level, the more difficult the monster will be to hunt and defeat. Set up the hunt. The hunt is the survivor's journey to find their quarry. Survivors travel along the hunt board, facing perils along the way. The hunt board has 13 spaces, including a start space, an overwhelming darkness space, and a starvation space. Hunt event cards. There are two types of hunt event cards. Basic hunt events and monster hunt event cards. Basic hunt event cards describe events survivors may encounter in the darkness. Monster hunt event cards describe events that occur while tracking the specific monster. Each monster story event has a diagram of the hunt. The hunt board show... What? Each monster story event has a diagram of the hunt board showing where to place monster hunt events and the monster miniature. Shuffle the monster hunt event cards. Place one monster hunt event card from the deck face down on all spaces indicated by an E on the diagram. Ah, okay. Oh, there's so much more. Oh, there's so much. Oh. Maybe I should have done a little, like, off-stream reading. White line. Hunt, but there's, like, white line hunt events and basic hunt events, right? That's basic resource. Every single time. Hi back chatters. Smile. How are you all doing? Did you do doodles today? You have to change that sound. Should I just change that sound to the entire, like, state of New York TikTok where they say, like, hey guys, November 11th, you can fish for free. That's right, fish. Fish for free. You may be wondering, what is a fish? Well, they look like this and they're wet and they went full alien. Ermlian. Anyway. Hi Colcus, hi Reddy, hi Jack00. Jimmy, you're already here. Hi Peanut, hi Nanodan. Change it to the scientist from Half-Life screaming. I think that one, like, hurt sound is way funnier though. Just the also, I'm not a fast reader. Last stream I finished, like, the settlement phase. And this entire stream, I've just been reading this book. And I went over this page and 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 this page, and also this page, and this page, and that one, and this one, right? And these two actually. And that one. Like, it goes on for a while. I like how they first tell you to, like, okay, yes, go make your settlement, start innovating, and then and make some weapons. And only after you've done that, they're like, okay, so this is how affinities work. Also, why did they give the blue lady... Well, I know why they gave the blue lady, like, not huge knockers, but, like... I just want to mention it, you know. Address it. Resources, trading resources, blind spots. Oh yeah, the hunt phase. Yeah, there's basic hunt events and monster hunt event cards, and the tutorial keeps saying, like, okay, and there's this and there's this. Don't forget to do this, by the way, but you'll see that on the monster showdown instructions, and then it takes me like 2 hours to get to the monster hunt instructions. And it's like, oh, it's same here. Like, oh yeah, the Monster Hunt event cards will describe the stuff for you. And then I turned the page and I was like, oh, there's even more. Mineral gathering and herb gathering are story events that may be triggered during the hunt by adding their unique hunt event cards to the hunt board if survivors have the appropriate tools in their gear. I guess this is just an example, or is this like bound to happen? Huh. Also, wait, no, it doesn't. Yeah, shuffle the monsters. The monster's hunt event cards. Place one monster hunt event card from the deck face down on all spaces indicated with an E on the hunt board diagram. Yeah, but like I got the hunt board here and I don't see the E, so I assume that'll be like later. Reaching overwhelming darkness, severe injuries, and this is like the third time they tell you about like severe injuries. Oh. I'm just checking how far away I am from like actually starting the hunt, but oh boy. Oh boy. Oh wait, this is a very like the hit locations and this like brain trauma. He's got his whole wiener out. Okay, yeah, but now the question is like, should I do I just read all the rules or do I wing it a bit? So how is everyone's favorite catcher? I'm not catching Pokemon though. By the way, yeah, we got Ilya. Ilya is like, wait, did I? Oh no, that's correct. Yeah, I have no clue. Come, friend. Of course. Yeah, are you? Nanodan's always saying this. Like he walks up to people and he's like, "Are you a pitcher or a catcher?" I don't know why he asks it, because like he doesn't even like baseball. Alright, yeah, terrain is like you could just walk through it unless it says otherwise. I still think it's funny how like the men are just chiseled out of marble, and then they give the women that like. And I don't believe that settlement will starve after a day. They clearly. Anyway, if survivors have the appropriate tools, yeah, I don't. We'll see that. We'll check that later. 100 Quarry survivors take turns as the event revealer. The event revealer draws the top event card in the survivor's current space, reads it out loud and to the other players, and follows the rules on the card. When an event is complete, the card is archived, and the next survivor becomes the event revealer. If no cards remain in the survivor's space, the survivors move one space towards the monster, and the event revealer draws the top event card in a new space and follows the rules on the card. Hunt event cards are resolved one at a time, top to bottom. Yeah, but how do you know? When do they tell you like how many should be like on each tile as you slowly like move to the right? And then you reach starvation or something. That is probably not the goal. Are you? Yeah, you are still alive. You're not even like heavily injured. And you have bandages, by the way. And a rock. I gave you the rock. I assumed you would appreciate it. I'm not there though. Like I had to skip the next hunt event because I was staring at lanterns and my back is destroyed. So I'm like Also incredibly slow. Here you go, Cole, because I found this rock you might like. Yay, yippee! When event's complete, cards are... Yeah. I assume like the showdown page will tell me more about that. But are story events that may be triggered during the hunt by adding their unique hunt events cards to the hunt board. But is it like an option I choose? I don't know. I'll probably see that later. Hunt event cards are resolved one at a time. Blah 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 blah. If there are no hunt cards left, you move to the next space. Event revealer makes one roll on the hunt event table before the survivors can move to the next hunt board space, unless specifically directed to skip spaces. Okay, during each hunt, the first time survivors land on an overwhelming darkness space, trigger the overwhelming darkness story event instead of rolling on the hunt event table. Alright. If the survivors move into the same space as the monster on their on their hunt turn, the hunt phase is over and the showdown phase begins immediately. Do not resolve any hunt events except starvation on the hunt board occupied by the monster. Hunt event cards, basic hunt event cards are identical and direct the event revealer to roll on the hunt event table to determine what happens next. The hunt event table lists 100 possible events that they may encounter. The event revealer rolls 1d100 to randomly determine the event. To roll 1d100, take 2d10, nominate 1 die to be 10s and 1 to be the 1s. Roll them together for a result between 1 and 100. For example, if the 10s result in 3 and 5, the number is 35. Wow. So what if you roll 2 10s? That's just 100, right? Often hunt events will require players to roll on a table to determine the outcome of an event. Each event will specify who should roll, random survive first, or survives meeting certain criteria. If no survivor is specified, the event revealer rolls. Event revealer is also responsible for making any randomized choices, picking random survivors, gear, etc. The event revealer can use dice, names in a hat, or whatever they prefer. This power gaps number muncher. It's the what? Number muncher sounds like it would be, you know, another Balatro clone. Isn't that no, that's I'm thinking of Nubby's Number Factory or something. Which I haven't played, I've just seen people make that game lag. Some events will have requirements for survivors to participate. For example, some events require survivors to have a high level of courage and understanding to participate in the event. Reaching overwhelming darkness. The first time in a hunt the survivors move into the overwhelming darkness space, they trigger the overwhelming darkness story event. They cannot skip it if they move through the space for any reason. Instead, stop hunt board movement and resolve overwhelming darkness before any other events take place. Resolve any other events on this space and then continue to the next space on the hunt board. If for some reason the survivors move into or through overwhelming darkness more than once in a single hunt phase, treat it as a blank space. If a survivor gains gear during the hunt phase, they may add it to their gear grid immediately. If the gear grid is full, they may either archive the acquired gear or another piece of gear from the gear grid in order to make room for the new gear. Alright, event damage. Survivors may suffer damage during the hunt. This event damage is non-lethal. Event damage will still reduce armor points and insanity, cause light and heavy injuries, but will not cause severe injuries or brain injury. Any damage accrued on the hunt persists into the showdown phase. Any tokens gained on the hunt remain through the aftermath of the following showdown or the beginning of the next settlement phase, whichever comes first. Severe injuries and brain trauma. In special cases, survivors may suffer severe injuries or brain traumas during the event. These cases will be clearly indicated. Okay, so this is an exception on the rule. Retire on the hunt. If a survivor retires during the hunt, they participate in the oncoming showdown and return to the settlement with any victorious survivors. When they return, they retire, never to hunt again. Survivor perishes during the hunt phase. All of their gear, except gear with the irreplaceable rule, returns to the settlement storage. Unless the event states otherwise. It may not be used by the remaining survivors on the hunt. If the monster moves into the survivor's hunt board space, the survivors are ambushed. End any current hunt events and start the showdown immediately. Then how does the hunter move there? I don't get it. If the survivors are ambushed by the hunter, they must skip their first turn. In most cases, this means that the hunter will take 2 turns. Oh. Okay, that's a bit... Oof. That's a bit scary. Also, the music already stopped. Like, I haven't even gotten to the showdown yet, and we've ran out... Oh, no, never mind. It's just YouTube asking me, like, hey, are you sure you want to continue listening to this? Like, what are you, crazy? What are you, crazy? Oh, by the way, if you're... Are you experiencing interruptions, Smile? Have you considered disabling your ad blocker? Like, I feel like YouTube doesn't know that I would sooner, like, swap over to Vimeo than, like, turn off my ad blocker on YouTube. Anyway. Retire on the hunt, death on the hunt, ambush, compulsory movement. Some hunt events may effects may move the survivors. When this happens, move the group in the indicated number of spaces forwards or backwards. They cannot not move past start or starvation spaces. Monsters cannot move off the hunt board. If a hunt effect would move a monster off of the hunt board, they stop in the last place. Fight a monster on the starvation space. The hunting team takes too long to bring the food home. Apply the rules on the starvation space of the hunt. Lose D5 resource from the settlement storage. Or if it fails, that's also starvation. Or if you run away, that's... If the settlement has innovated pictographs, survivors may attempt to flee. After the hunt event is resolved, you may nominate any survivor first to trigger the runaway story event. Each nominated survivor rolls individually on the story event. Hey, this looks like the scene where, like, we died and don't starve. Showdown phase. Well, we already looked forward. We're not nearly there yet. They're just teasing. Showdown is the battle between the monster and the survivors. You will create the monster, set up the board, place the terrain, battle the monster, confront the aftermath, blah blah blah. You keep the monster showdown story event page open on the table for reference during the showdown. This case contains info about the monster. Table setup. Yeah, we got that. Create the monster, you will need those things. Yeah. Create the AI deck. Yeah. We've seen that in the tutorial. Shuffle its basic, advanced, and legendary into separate stacks. Draw 12 basic, 8 advanced, and 2 legendary ones. Combine them and shuffle them together to create the AI deck. Oh, okay, so only the White Lion's first one had, like, pre-chosen AI cards. The rest is, like, random AI cards, and you just gotta hope you don't draw, like, 5 trap cards. Once shown an event lists any special cards and further modifiers that start in play. These are not added to the AI deck. Place these face up on the monster control panel and apply their rules for the duration of the showdown. Basic actions like reference, create a hit location deck. Yeah, shuffle all the cards. Take the resource deck and shuffle it. Place it face down next to the monster control panel. The monster has its own monster resource cards, showdown board setup. This section details the rules for placing terrain, monster miniatures, and survivor miniatures on the showdown board. Terrain changes the makeup of the showdown board, can interact with terrain tiles, use them or avoid them. The complete rules for interacting with terrain are found in the terrain section. Yeah, we already read those. Terrain deployment. Each monster showdown story event has a terrain and deployment section. It lists specific and random terrain to place on the showdown board. Note the quantity of terrain tiles, and each terrain card instructs you to place as many terrain cards or add more than one terrain tile to the showdown board. First, use any specifically listed terrain cards to set up their corresponding tiles according to the showdown setup board diagrams found in the story event. If these tiles are not found on the diagram, follow the setup rules at the bottom of each card. Set aside these terrain cards. Next, add random terrain by shuffling the terrain deck and drawing the number of cards specified by the story event. Okay. Hold on, let me... Now the question... Oh, wait, it's probably like somewhere in here. Innovations, basic resources, strain resources, strain fighting arts, universal cards, white lion, weapon proficiencies, watcher, vermin, the hand, terrain. Okay, so this is like the stuff you just pull, I guess. And I need the rest of like the white line stuff. Hit location deck. Wait, wrong spot. You go there and get shuffled. It still hasn't told me like what I need to do with the hunt event. I already learned about... Okay, showdown rounds. Yeah, when a monster controller's survivor is selected as the monster's target, this action gives them +1 insanity. If you control more than one survivor, make sure to nominate a different survivor each time you take the monster controller tile. Okay. And turn, persistent injuries, I know that. Fingers crossed your coworker shows up on time. I mean... I feel like it's a complete... Well, no, it's not a 50-50. It kind of sucks to have no clue what to expect from your workday, you know? Does keep you on your toes, but I'm not sure if you get, like, bonus compensation for being called in. It's America. Probably not. IRL, gotcha. Let's see, some have only one action, some have multiple. Action, next step, then action, then persistent injury. That, like, goes first, usually. There's moods and traits, these change the monster's behavior. There's persistent injuries. If this attack deals damage more than once, draw an AI card. Wait, let me actually read this. I have to... combo claw. It's like move and attack target, and then this attack deals damage more than once, draw an AI card. So then it just... If it hits twice, it attacks a third time. That's crazy. I do get overtime. Well, you're making crazy money then with like... Didn't you have like a 17-hour workday or something recently? Also, good morning, Lou. I will say it like correctly the first time one day. Throwing an AI card, the monster controller should read the card in its entirety, then perform all actions on the card. Concursive actions, flows, alerts, persistent injuries. Perform each action before moving on to the next. Some AI actions are conditional. If the conditions are met, perform the action. Otherwise, continue to the next action. If there are no further actions on the card is resolved. Discard the AI card by placing it face up on the monster control panel in the discard pile. Next, continue the round. White Lion's Combo Claw has 3 actions and 1 persistent injury. After drawing Combo Claw, the monster controller performs the first action on the card, pick target. Monster controller picks a target according to the target list. Whenever a flow is reached on an AI card, the survivors have a window of time where they may spend survival or perform survival actions before advancing to the next monster section. Complete any survival actions before moving to the next monster action. The monster controller moves the monster towards the target and performs a monster attack. After the attack is resolved, advance to the next action, and on combo claw after the second flow, perform the next action. And the next action is like if this attack deals more than 1 damage, draw an AI card. This is conditional. Target suffer damage more than once the condition on the card is met. No action left on the card, it's resolved. And then you discard it and grab like a new AI card. If the monster attack missed, or if the target avoided being hit more than once, the condition is not met. What's this? What are you sending me, Luri? That's a banger. Meowdy. That's also like low-key kind of furry, but I'll allow it. Precision injuries are conditional actions that replace the normal rules of the AI card. If persistent injury action is performed, ignore any other actions on the card. Okay, good. Only performed when the monster draws an AI card with persistent injury, and that matches one it already has. Yeah. And then there's like moods. AI cards contain an action to draw AI card. Complete any applicable actions on the current AI card before drawing and playing a new AI card. Okay. Ground fighting states that it doesn't draw AI cards while in play. Instead, each round the monster controller will monitor in the zone of death specified on the card and perform basic actions targeting any survivor that spends its action in the specified areas. Specified spaces. Why did I say areas? When a monster is wounded, discard ground fighting, and when the card is discarded, the white lion's behavior returns to normal. Yeah, pick target. Some cases, the target is determined by an area or zone, such as survivors or all survivors in the zone. By a diagram, these AI cards illustrated clearly. Okay. Common targeting term is facing in field of view in range, random survivor threat, closest threat, last to wound, non-death survivors, most or least. Yeah, makes sense. Move and attack target actions. Monster controller chooses the shortest path between. Yeah, this was in a tutorial before. Yeah, full move is just your and all the movement you have. Use it up. Monster controllers should move directly as possible. Place the monster. Although they usually change the monster's location on the showdown board, rules specifying to place the monster are not considered movement. Okay. Yeah, okay, this was already in the tutorial, but this is like more detailed. When the survivor gains survivor status card, place it on the convenient location next to the gear grid. Yeah, we already had most of this. Mostly stuff like you can't heal someone beyond their max health. See, there's collision, there's monsters colliding with survivors. And then, like, survivors are knocked down. If knockback or monster movement starts at showdown board edge and would go off of it, instead move along the board's edge. Oh, okay, so this goes sideways then. Knocked down and standing. A knockdown survivor must spend time standing back up. Knockdown survivors stand at the end of the next monster's turn Or another survivor may spend their survivor to encourage a knockdown survivor. Yeah, knockdown. Monsters. Knockdown monster stands up at the start of its next turn while the monster's knockdown attack rolls hit on a 3+. While it's knocked down, all reactions are cancelled. Ooh. Does not cancel critical wounds since they are not reactions. Okay. Survivor's turn. Survivors may act in any order. I've been reading for... I'm also getting sleepy from just reading a whole ass book. This isn't even a visual novel. What the heck? At the start of the act, survivor gains +1 movement and +1 action. And then they spend it because it doesn't carry over. Yeah, make attack roll, then decide how often it hits. You draw each hit location cards and traps immediately trigger. And then you roll to wound those places. Can't wait for the surprise twist ending to the rules. Yeah. I mean, that already happened. Like, wait, how far was that? Oh, well. That was on like one of the AI cards. It was like, okay, you just read all the actions from top to bottom. First, you start with this one. Then you read that one. And you do it in that order and no different order. Oh, by the way, if the monster has a persistent injury, you shouldn't stick to the order and instead just cancel all actions. And I'm like, if that takes priority, why didn't you put it at the top? Damn it. Select the hit location to resolve, perform special rules, wound attempt, check for crits. Wound the monster. Monster probably reacts. Fellow survivors react. Survivors that are not the attacker have an opportunity to perform survival actions. Perform reactions. Oh, okay, like react first, then monster react. Resolve the hit location. Yay, co-worker suit! Colcus when like his like co-workers actually do the job that they're being paid to do. Yippee! Wound roll, wound attempt with multiple d10s. If survivor has a sharp weapon, they are instructed to add +1 d10 to their wound attempt total. Okay, that's perfect hits. When there are multiple perfect hits in a single attack, each triggers its own rules separately. Oh yeah, like a crit in accuracy is just a guaranteed hit, but a crit in wounding is like a persistent injury. It's rough out there in Coland. I mean, do you think maybe that's really the case, that Colcus is actually just a security guard in Mr. Beast land, and now like they have to overwork because it just opened, you know? That's gotta be it. Every toughness token the monster has increased the monster's toughness by 1. Conversely, every -1 toughness token decreases it. First strike hit locations must be selected and resolved first. If multiple first strike hit locations are drawn, the attacker chooses the order in which they are resolved. Impervious locations are impossible to wound, even with a Lantern 10. However, survivor must still attempt to wound this location. If an impervious location is critically wounded, perform any listed effects, but do not wound the monster. Okay. Super dense locations can destroy the weapon if that struck them. If a survivor is attacking with a frail weapon and attempts to wound a super dense hit location, archive the weapon at the end of the attack. Dang it. That'll suck. Although they usually change the survivor's location on the showdown board, rules specifying to place a survivor are not considered movement. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Also, like, I think the lion can't move after it used its full movement as a reaction somewhere. Because otherwise, that lion can move, like, very far. When a trap is drawn from a hit, resolve it immediately. If a monster is knocked down when a trap is drawn, it will stand up and resolve the trap. Yeah. To resolve a trap card and all survivors' attacks and discard all unresolved hit locations. Then perform the actions on the trap card. This does not end survivors' act, just the current attack. While the trap's in play, survivors cannot attack the monster or use effects that target the monster or any of its cards in any way. This is true for all actions the trap instructs you to perform while it's being resolved, including actions found on other cards, story event, etc. Once the trap is resolved, discard it and shuffle all hit location cards in the deck and discard pile. Okay, so you can draw like the same trap back to back to back. Yeah, in the tutorial battle, the lion like grabbed a survivor and full moved away from him. And then because he was out of range, someone threw a rock at him. And as a response, he grabbed this, like the survivor and ran away again. So yeah, like in 2 turns the lion was like in the corner of the board and it kind of sucked because people had to like walk up to him. Cannot perform any survival actions. This does not mean the survivor is doomed. They are simply too preoccupied with attacking. Critical wounds are lucky blows that strike past a monster's defenses, damaging it in unusual and unusually beneficial ways. Critical wound occurs when a wound result is a Lantern 10. Hit location that does not have a critical wound effect cannot be critically wounded. All reactions on that hit have cancel all reactions. Critical wounds must be performed. All hit locations with persistent injuries remain in play after being critically wounded. Okay, wait, so that hit location stays in play and doesn't go back in the discard pile. Okay, good to know. If your roll result causes a critical wound, the monster is wounded. And let's say okay, stays impervious. The wound occurs even if your wound roll result added your strength would not meet or exceed their toughness. Survivor luck. Yeah, you get increased luck with like Fist and Tooth, which has saved me like a couple times. Positive monster luck tokens reduced the range of wound roll results. So I consider critical. Yeah, okay. Cancel reactions, persistent injuries. We've had support. Alistair attempts to wound the fleshy gut and rolls a 10. This is a crit. Suffers a wound and then pukes all over Alistair. He gains +3 insanity and a random basic resource. He also attempts a wound Furious Gut and rolls a Lantern 10. The hit location does not have a critical wound effect, so isn't critically wounded. The monster suffers a wound and the wound reaction is performed. Lucy has +1 luck token. 2 +1 luck tokens. She rolls an 8, so this is a critical wound. Reflex reaction would have knocked her down is cancelled. The critical wound effects are performed instead. Okay. Survival. Yeah, survival actions. Dodge. You basically like cancel a hit. After hit locations are rolled. Okay, that's good. For us. And I get to choose like which one I roll, right? Yeah. Dash. When opportunity permits, survivor may spend 1 survival to dash. Okay, survival opportunities. Yeah, the survival doesn't just refill, so it shouldn't... I shouldn't, like, spend it all at once, but I also should, because it would be a shame if someone died with, like, 2 survival left. End of the round. Monster death, gaining gear in showdown, aftermath. The victory and defeat and rewards, yeah. Okay, now... All campaigns begin with the first story. Is your first element phase, please? Yeah, okay. We did the first story, but we'll return to this place later. This is severe injuries. This is the hunt event table. Okay, but if I wanna like hunt the white lion, I should go to like showdown white lion, I assume. Oh yeah, I should. Okay. Select an encounter level and set up the hunt board. Well, we're at level 1. That's its blind spot. There was once a beast that wanted to feel how soft its fur was. Since it could not reach its own back, it killed many other creatures and spent time rubbing its paws all over them. They say that when the monster finally killed a human, it fell in love with how soft their hair was, and its paws grew into a pair of fine human hands. See, that's its basic card. It's a cool white line. I forgot what the E's were. Contents. Show me the hunt events. Oh wait, this is just all hunt events and all. Yeah. Go back to contents. And hunt phase. Okay. Computer, tell me what the E stood for. Two basic hunt events and monster hunt events. Yeah, but how do I know how many should be there? Shuffle the monsters hunt event cards. Place one monster hunt event card from the deck face down on all spaces indicated with an E. Okay. Okay, so those are the specific ones. And this is where the monster should be, I assume. You, lion, you go here, I think. Like 2 to left? Yeah. 2 specific lion events there. Whoa! Women. Anyway. But didn't... Okay, so if I understand correctly... These two... Like, shuffle this. Get like one face down card. Well, and one behind the line, but we're not there yet. And an empty tile is a basic hunt event, or what? Scarred! Oh, scary. And... Okay, you know what? Bag is going up front. Surely it'll be fine. See, and this dude's level 1, so I need 7 basic cards and 3 advanced cards. Which also means that I need to like manually take these apart. Wait, actually? Is there an... No. Is there a way to just grab all basic cards at once without like clicking them like this? Wait, why doesn't it put down all of them? That's dumb. You should also go there. See, that's the basic hunt events. This is like the advanced ones. Smart cat. Cool. Okay, wait, those are legendary. Have I shuffled these before? No, I haven't. Good. Okay, these are the basic ones. These are the advanced ones. Let me check. Yeah. Okay, 7 basic ones and 3 advanced. Stop turning around. 2, 3. Oh, why is that a thing? Why did it not flip over just now and now it does? Okay. 3. I don't get it. Oh wait, I can just grab the whole stack instead. That would be faster. Okay, you know what? Shuffle this. Why? I don't get it. Like half the time it grabs the whole stack and I can only put them down one at a time, and now it refuses to do it the other way around. One. Wait, these are the basic cards, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I need this one. Where's the basic action? There we go. Just setting the board up already takes like a while. If it's a deck, the number keys work better. The other stack was a bunch of individual cards, so hitting E picks them up normally. Yeah, but when does it count as a stack and when does it count as a deck? Like, I just pressed Q and it picks up 1 card. And now it's putting them, like, down one at a time. And this one counts as a deck. And now it does pick them up as a deck. It's strange. Split by card grades? That wasn't an option earlier. Anyway, this is the 10 AI cards now. Wait. Wrong way. Or wrong button, I mean. Those go there. One tall grass or wait, Huh. Oh. Two tall grass tiles. Oh. Where is the... Where's the terrain card deck, actually? Innovation, but it should be in here, right? Or did I move those? I think I moved those over earlier. And I put them somewhere. Well, this game is just like real life. Where did I put it? There you are. See, we've got terrain cards. 2 random terrain cards set up normally. Giant stone face. And nightmare tree. White lion in the center. Please to survive in the blue zone. Oh yeah, but we gotta do the hunt events first. But the game hasn't told me yet, like when do the basic hunt events happen? Let's see. Back, bomb, barbed, bash, basic action reference card, basic hunt events, 100 event survives may encounter in the darkness, found in the basic hunt event of the rulebook. The basic ones just go on the other spaces. Right, let's see. Are those in here as well? Strange resources, universal, white line, weapon proficiency, watch of firm in hand, antelope, phoenix, kingsman, gold smoke knight, fighting arts, disorders, butcher. Oh, basic hunt event. Wait. I didn't look at it, trust me. Yeah, but like the tutorial, like the book mentioned like, oh yeah, first go through all the hunt events before going to the next tile, which made me think like, okay, but what is it? Should I put a hunt event once on each tile and then? I don't know. And then it's like, okay, there's 100 hunt events like in the book, but then there are also cards. So many questions. But I'm gonna grab some water, stretch my legs, and use the bathroom, and then start the hunt. Maybe after 2.5 hours of prep, I'll be able to fight a lion. Yippee! And we're back. Let's see if the music will actually play. Experiencing interruptions. Why does that notification sound so bratty? Like they know damn well exactly what's causing interruptions and that they're the cause, but like they're asking you. Like, oh, are you having problems? Sounds like a you problem. Also, is the first tile like also a tile? Wait. I need to go back to contents again. Hunt phase. Okay, yeah, the first tile is empty on the exam. Okay, this is what it should look like. With like the line being here. Screwing a start space, ongoing darkness, starvation. Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready to like start playing the game. Yeah, okay. Hunt events go first. So we check the first one. Wine and heat, huh? No comment. Anyway. The darkness is filled with unearthly screeching and yowling. Huddled together, the survivors close their eyes but cannot sleep. All survivors suffer 1 brain event damage. But everyone has like 3 insanity, so it's fine. Maybe I should... You go to 5. Oh, reset injuries is like a button I wish I knew about earlier. And your insanity goes back to 5. Yeah. Next one. I think. Marked territory. If any survivor has 3+ understanding, they realize the area is covered in ammonia. If they have not innovated yet, the survivor settlement gains the ammonia innovation. And roll a random hunt event. Oh! So that's where the random hunt events come from. Ah. Yeah, no one has like 3 understanding. We haven't had that happen yet. Six 4. See. Should I anchor it? I have no clue what anchor actually will do, so. Stone fountain. 2 cupped stone hands rise out of the ground. The hands hold clear, cold water that trickles through the stone fingers in a seemingly endless supply. Any survivor may consume from the fountain. If they do, they gain +1 courage and roll a 1d10. And don't tell the players about the results of like that roll yet before choosing someone. I think Colchis could use a little hand water. We'll let Colchis drink the water. He gains +1 courage, and then we roll a d10. If no one consumes, roll again on the... Oh, wait. any survivor may consume from the fountain. You know what? Ilya is also like a little consumer. I've decided. You gain 1 courage, and then we roll a d10. Ilya rolls a 7, and Kolkus has a 5. 5 and 7, it's water. Refreshing. You're fine. Okay, so it's interesting hunt event. Kolkus and Ilya have drank water. Basic hunt event. Random event. Roll D100 on the hunt event table. Oh yeah, I should use like the white dice for the 10s or something. That's 88. Well, I didn't need to decide to use different dice. No, Kolkus, do drink the water. You'll be so cool. If all your friends drank the water, would you too? You would, right? The sword and the statue. A one-eyed statue, twice as tall as any man, sits before a great anvil with a hammer in each of its 6 hands. Also, the background music might be a bit loud, I think. The survivors watch the statue beat a red-hot sword that lies across the anvil. Wait, that statue is moving. Each survivor, starting with the event revealer. Who's the event revealer? I think we would go clockwise. So it started with Bag, then one. So this should be Ilya now. Starting with the event reveal. Oh, 8 survive starting with the event revealer. Proceeding clockwise may make 1 attempt to grab the sword from the anvil. If they do, they gain courage. Roll 1d10 and add their hunt XP to the roll. That's a lot of backwash. Just the way I like it. I mean, Ilya was already like being a little brave girl with like the weird water, so she's keeping up the reputation and gains like +1 courage and then a d10 and then we add 1 to it. That's 7. You make a quick grab for the sword, but not quick enough. You suffer the dismembered arm, severe arm injury. Hold on. Lose an arm. You can no longer activate two-handed weapons. This injury is permanent and can be recorded twice. A survivor with 2 dismembered arms, severe injuries cannot activate any weapons. Gain 1 bleeding token. Well, this is just like D&D, man. Like, oh yeah, that's a stupid idea to do, but I mean, sure, it might work, and then we get. But the bone axe isn't two-handed, so. Also, that's a dismembered arm without a light or heavy injury. We're fine. I think after that happens, no other survivors would try to grab the sword. Realistically speaking. Also, I'm playing this way too much like a D&D campaign instead of like a co-op campaign. Well, that's the hunt events, and now we're on the Lions tile, so. these over. Are these discarded? I don't think so. Let's go here. This also goes here. And it's then flipped over and you can go back to where you belong. Also, I'm glad this actually isn't like isn't tabletop sim, because otherwise just like flipping the board there would have like launched the lion. Okay, and then we place everyone around it. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You go here. I'm just gonna make the survivors stand like a bit closer together instead of like spread out like last time. Wait, did I do that right? No, I didn't. No. Now it should be correct, I think. 2 tall grass cards. Place a white line in the center of the board. Place 5s in the blue turn. Wait, I put this on the floor for a reason, but I forgot which. Oh yeah, this is like the first day card. Also, can I just choose where to put this? Feels like that's like very much in my advantage. Oh yeah, it's actually important to set up at least 2 spaces away from all tall grass. Oh, there's rules to like placing them. Never mind. Okay. But they're like on the cards. Give me tall grass. Okay, all tall grass needs to be far apart, like 4 tiles. Go here. Stone face. At least 5 spaces away from all board edges. That's over there. Obstacle blocks survivor and monster field of view, interrupts ranged attacks and monster targeting. Impassable. Move on to any space occupied by the stone face. Range to tap weapons. Gain 2 range and 2 accuracy while on top of the stone face. Survivors on top of the face may move normally and ignore obstacles when drawing line of sight. Monsters may always draw a line of sight to them. And the nightmare tree is an obstacle, is impassable, cannot be moved through and like not be shot through. Action. Roll 1d10. Each survivor may use this once per showdown. Snag on a thorn filled with angry ants. Suffer 1 arm damage. Gain ant resource. Thank you, grass. You are knocked down. A decorative scrap. Gain 1 broken lantern basic resource. 5 spaces away from all board edges. Who up edging they board right now? Like that? I think. Okay. That's the setup. That's everything done, I think. Which means, I think, that we can just start. Unless there's things I'm forgetting. No. Okay, so I think the lion gets its turn first. Yeah. Okay. Well. Here goes nothing. Chomp! Closest threat. Facing in range. It's not facing anything because I put him facing north. Closest threat. In field of view. Well, that's like everyone. Who's the closest? Like everyone is equally close. I'm not sure. Wait, does tall grass block vision? No, it's not. It's not an obstacle, so it doesn't block vision. The tree does, though. So going by like D&D rules, as I've done before, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this Bunyan is like most visible. So I would just like beeline for that. 1 speed. Oh, only 1 speed. Okay. Oh, but the always hits the target's head. Oh, that's not so nice. He doesn't have tokens or modifiers right now. That's 2 to hit. Actually, 2+, so that actually does hit. Trying to think of it, like... It'll tell you if something lets the survivors go first. Alright. Now... Bunyan, you don't have, like, any evasion. So you do get hit, and you take 1 damage, and it's... you instantly get hit in the head. Okay. That's sort of fine. Yeah, always it's the head location. He takes 1 damage. He doesn't have head armor. So he's down. You know, Bag, you've got a cool bone dagger. Stab him, I would say. Let's see, do you have anything else to like activate that I need to keep in mind? I don't think so. Also, what's with the music like randomly stopping today? One hour of Bilgewater music. Okay, sure. Very quiet ambience music. 3 bone dagger stabs. That's a 1. That's a 4, and that's a 3. So all of those miss. All right. Yeah, so I don't even draw a hit location from that. Damn. Golgus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You attack from the blind spot, I think. With your founding stone. Is there anything? Nope, no like special tokens or anything. You just stab him twice with a rock. And you need to, that's 7 or higher. No, wait, actually you need a 6 or higher because you're in the blind spot. Well, that's 2 hits. You're doing well. And femur, none of these are a trap card, so... Bruce, the femur, okay, let's go for the femur first. And roll to wound. It's +1. Wait, what's the lion's toughness again? It's 8. You're fine. You're fine. Sure, surely you'll roll. You need to roll a 7 or higher on this. That's a crit on the femur. Well, there's no reaction on this card, so you bruise the white lion's femur, crippling its graceful movement. The white lion gains -1 movement token, gain 1 random white lion resource. This is a persistent injury. We gain... Wait, why did I put the white lion resources? Did I put them... Do I still have them in here? Yeah. You get some white fur. And the white lion is crippled. Where's toughness, damage, evasion, movement? This gets flipped over. Put in here, minus movement. And for your second hit, because that was just your first attack. The second one is a 9. Okay, almost another crit, but that's the beast's heel. You clip the tensed muscles of the heel. Oh wait, did I put a wound on the... No, wait, I gotta... if you wound, you draw 1 AI card face down and put them on the wound deck. And this one also hit, so that's an AI card, draw face down on the wound deck. And this is not a persistent injury, so that one goes on the discard pile. And that's a good turn. Like, that's like 20% of its HP gone. And 1 movement permanently gone. Ilya. Go for it. Yeah, Bunyan is knocked down. That's a shame because he had like the cool bone blade. Paperbag had the like bone dagger and missed all 3 stabs. Kolkas attacked twice with a rock. Hit twice and one of them was a crit. And now it's Ilya's turn. Ilya has lost 1 arm and has an axe. And a dream. Just hitting 1 while hovering over the deck will draw it face down real quick. Why don't they tell you these things? Like, it says press E to draw it face up. Why don't they put the one next to face down? I don't... Why do they insist on keeping it secret? Alright, Ilya attacks twice with the bone axe. No, thrice actually. It hits on a 6 or higher, and that's 1/7, so that's 1 hit. We draw a hit location card. Soft belly. A debilitating blow to the soft belly. Where's the cool red dice? This one has +3 strength, so we need a 5 or higher to hit actually. No, wait. Oh, well, actually Ilya has 1 evasion. It's the only one with a buff. That's an 8. Okay, that hits. It's not a critical wound, but... What? Before it draws an air card, roll 1d10 on the result, the one suffers 1 wound. That's a terrifying, like, flavor text. But that's 1 wound added. If you critically wound, cause... Okay, it's no additional wound. So does the blown blade have... No, you didn't have perfect hits either. This one didn't get to use it. Yeah, Ilya's on a roll. Lol Lamau even. Yeah, they're just telling you, like, get good. Just... Should have bought the IRL set, idiot. Yeah, and... wait, can... now that You know what? Ilya spends 1 survival to encourage Bunyan. So Bunyan can stand up, move around this corner, and then attack with the bone blade. I really want the action economy to swing my way. That's 2 attacks, and I need to roll a 6 or higher. That's 1 crit, and that's a crit fail, but that's fine. Fail 1 attempt to wound, super dense hit location, breaks. Yeah, okay, ah, man. I think the knife is the one that has, like, the perfect hit. But it doesn't matter for this one. Beast's Paw. Okay, we need to actually roll big to not fail. +2 to attack, to strength, so we get 6. Yeah, 6 or higher wounds. That's a crit again. Okay, we're starting off strong. Holy crap. Okay, perform basic action to the attacker. This attack gains +2 damage. Nope. Critical wound. Cancel the reaction on this card. Your attack destroys the white lion's foot. It loses its leverage. It gains -1 movement token. Gain 1 lion claw resource. Broken foot. Ignore the effects of grab. We're destroying him. Like, every survivor has more movement than the white lions now, so we can just kite it. 1 lion claw resource. Okay, Ilya's encouragement helped a lot. However, it's the lion's turn now. Power SWAT. Closest threat facing in range. There's none that you're really facing. Closest threat in field of view. Well, this one is like right next to you. So I think he would just follow Bunyan, who just got up in front of him and walked that way. Move and attack target. Well, you're not moving. You're right next to him. You attack him once. And then trigger after damage. Okay, so this hits on a 2 or higher. What happened? No, wait. I don't think there's special rules for, like, rolling a crit on accuracy. So that's just 1 hit to Bunyan. Wait, this Power SWAT? Do any of these say something about Power SWAT? No. Alright. We roll a hit location for Bunyan. The chest. Light injury. We can... manageable. We're fine. Then after damage, the target is moved 6 spaces in a straight line directly away from the monster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think he can, like, reach all the way back. Like, he doesn't have the movement to get back in time by his next turn. And he doesn't have anything to throw either. This is like these turns take the longest, just like in D&D, where you just walk towards the monster and can't attack, and you're like, wait, there has to be something I can do, right? Well. Oh wait, that does 2 damage actually. So you're actually knocked down. Bonk. That's not too good. Anyway, Ilya goes first and like steps this way and just attacks the monster from the blind spot again with the big axe. It seemed to work last time. There's no like wacky survival or stuff to spend or activate. So that's a 7 and a 1. 7 hits. We draw a hit location card. Hopefully not a trap. Oh! The beast's back. That's on a failure though. So now we roll to wound. It's a 3, so a 5 or higher hit. 7. Okay, we've been pretty lucky so far. So no failure reaction. Full move the monster forward in a straight line. He would rush towards Bunyan. Well, actually, no. Only 3 tiles. It's not that bad. That's a hit. So that's another AI card gone. Then it's Golkas's turn. I believe in the Founding Stone rock. Golkas also just attacks with the rock. That's 2 8s, so that's 2 hits. Also, maybe we'll use bandages to like heal Ilya, but I think this fight is actually going fine because of the like lucky rolls we've had so far. Draw 2 hit location cards. 1 and 2. Oh yeah, if you hold F1, it'll show you how many cards are in the decks on the board. Wait, it also just tells you all the stats of the... This is so useful to like track how much HP there's actually left. Cool. Oh yeah, and like using this funny pen to like write this stuff down is also pretty good. Okay, yeah, we just wound him. We put the AI card over there. This one goes on the discard pile. And now bag is just gonna like move to the side of the beast. And he's gonna stab him 3 times. That's a 7, a 6, and a 2. This hits on that one. Only the 7 hits. Yeah, he doesn't have less evasion. So we draw a hit location card. And Beast's Tail. Oh, that's a reflex. Okay, good thing you moved out of the way already. We roll to hurt. That's a 4 plus 1. That's 5. That's less than 8 toughness. So that's a miss. But reflex triggers. Full move the monster forward in a straight line. Cancel all hits that are now out of range. Any survivors passed over suffer grab. Yeah, but we can ignore grab because its paw is broken, but he does full move forward like 1, 2, 3. And wait, the monster's turn ended, so Bunyan has managed to get back up. And now that the monster moved forward, he can actually like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now Bunyan can attack as well. Holy. Everything is coming up Millhouse. Or however that goes. Wait. I picked the top 2 dice because I rolled 3 instead of 2. But the Bone Blade hits twice. That's a 6 and a 6. And it hits on the 6 plus. And the other was a 5. So that's 2 hits. So we draw like 2 hit locations. The beast's ribs and the beast's chest. I'll just go for the ribs first. So it doesn't like roll. Otherwise it might run away and the other hit might fail. The blade has 2 strength, so we need a 6 or higher to hit. 7. Wait, doesn't Ilya have strength? I probably didn't forget it, but... Well, that's a 7, so that actually wounds. The attacker, if the attacker has 3 plus understanding, he doesn't. They gain +1 survival. Didn't, so this just goes on the discard pile and we take 1 AI card and put it on the wound pile. And the second attack on the beast's chest is a 7 plus 2, so that also hits. So that's 1 wound. We don't trigger the failure reaction. Oh yeah, on a crit you can just like one-shot the guy. You would have to spend the survival to encourage. You got knocked down last monster turn. You get up at the end of the next monster turn. Oh, okay. So if the monster... Oh yeah, the monster power swats. And like... knocked him down with heavy injury. And then the next turn he would... No, what the fuck are these rules? Yeah, I don't know. I'm also like... kind of surprised that... we already in like... 2 rounds we did 6 damage. If we keep going like this, the line will just be dead by the next round. Well, also, like, Bunyan shouldn't have gotten up there, so that kind of doesn't... That's like 2 damage that shouldn't have counted, but... But I probably, like, forgot to add Ilya's evasion to something, or, like, someone's strength somewhere. As well. Probably. Now it's the lion's turn, because I think I... did everyone's turns. And he draws. He hasn't picked, like, drawn an advanced action yet, though. Bat around, closest target facing in range. Or closest target in field of view. Well, that's, like, Bunyan. Speed to accuracy 5+. Okay, that's, like, slightly harder to hit, but... Maybe the bats the survivor around is suffer brain damage equal to the monster's level. Well... targeting Bunyan again. That's 2 8s. So both of those hit. So first I rolled like the hit location for the first one. And it's only 1 damage this time. Oh, that's his... that's his head. Which already has a heavy injury. Well. Eight. Concussion. Your brain is scrambled like an egg. This is your brain on drugs. Gain a random disorder and 1 bleeding token. Well, this is the first disorder of the campaign, actually. Where are the... disorders. Give me all of them, please. And what do you have? Prey. You are prey. All there's for you is death. You may not spend survival unless you are insane. Well, you are insane, so that's good. What? Can I? Yippee! Okay, so he's got that. He's got 1 bleeding token. Otherwise, he's fine. Well, actually, that also knocks him down, 'cause, like, severe injury and stuff. And then after damage, play for best survived round, they suffer brain damage equal to this monster's level. Well, the monster is level 1 and we have like some brain left. No, wait. This went from 5 to 1. It should have been -1. It should have been 4. And while knocked down... Wait, actually, while knocked down, you can't dodge. So... well, another damage roll. That's the head again. Okay, what are these rolls, though? 7. Blind. You lose an eye, suffer -1 permanent accuracy. This injury is permanent and can be recorded twice. If a survivor with 2 blind severe injuries suffers -4 permanent accuracy and retires at the end of the next showdown or settlement phase, having lost all sight, gain 1 bleeding token. Put that box down. Bleeding token, that's 1 blind, and accuracy is -1 permanently. Surprising that evasion doesn't go down though. Oh yeah, and then you take like 1 brain damage. So insanity goes to 3. And that's that AI card resolved. Okay, Bag is gonna stand here in the tall grass, so he has like +2 evasion, I think, or does that cost an action? No, sorry, I get to evasion. Oh, you are not. Oh, you can use an action to like become a not threat. Okay, maybe this time Bag's gonna hit 3 attack rolls. And I add 1 accuracy because you're like in the blind spot, so a 6 or higher hits, and that's 1 hit out of 3. Damn. Okay, we draw a hit location, the neck, and now we roll to wound. 1 strength, so you need a 7 or higher to wound. That's a 4, so that's not a wound. There's no reaction, though. Oh, but if the critical wound here would, like... Damn, that would have been great. Oh, now... Wait, Ilya. 1, 2, 3, 4... Ilya can't reach that spot. Frick. Can Kolkus like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, Kolkus can reach the blind spot though. Okay, Ilya, you're gonna have to do this like on your own. Do you have an? Oh, you have 1 evasion, but that doesn't really matter right now. Yeah, Ilya just attacks with the bone axe, a 6 or higher hits. That's 2 hits. 1 hit location card. 2 hit location card. Yeah, sure. We'll hit him in the ding dong first. Roll to wound. We add the axe is actually really good because like the +3 against like a monster with 8 toughness is nice. So a 5 or higher hits. That's a 6, so that hits. We hit him in the fuzzy groin. He doesn't have reaction. And it's not a crit, so this goes on the discard pile, and this AI card goes over there. And that's, like, needs to be reshuffled already. Okay, that's 1 wound without reaction, and the other one is a 3, so that's 6, and that's not enough to beat 8 toughness, so that's a miss. Bunyan is knocked down, Ilya and Bag have taken their turn, so now it's Kolkus' turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kolkus and Bag have a bunch of bonus evasion. And Colchis is just stabbing him with the Founding Stone. From the blind spot, so a 6 or higher hit. Well, that's a 9 and that's a 1. So the 9 hits. I probably should have like had Colchis throw it so it'd be a guaranteed crit. Wait, actually these two need to go over here. Strange hand. Okay, there's no like wacky reaction on there, so a 7 or higher hit. Yeah, the monster doesn't have like less toughness. That's a crit. Okay, alright, I take back what I said. I didn't need Colchis to like throw the rock anyway because he crits like a maniac. You hack off the monster's hand. Spend 1 survival to treasure this moment and gain a permanent +1 strength. Yeah, okay. 0 survival, but like permanent +1 strength. Dude, stop, you're killing him. He's already dead. Okay, this is... What happens if the monster has like 5 persistent injuries? Is that like just an instant death? And that's a wound added. Oh, I don't even get a cool lion resource. Well, I get +1 permanent strength, so that's like pretty good as well, I would say. Well, that's everyone's turn. It's the lion's turn now. Chomp. Closest threat. Facing in range or closest threat in field of view. Like, that makes me curious. Like, is the monster controller also supposed to be like part of the team, or supposed to be like doing what the guy realistically does? So just for fun, some monsters have +5 traits. Holy. Also, good morning, Flea Flicker. I would guess that's Ilya. Oh yeah, wait, doesn't it? Yeah, in field of view, like you two were in the blind spot, so Ilya's actually the only threat in field of view. Okay, yeah, Chomp going for Ilya's face. Ilya actually has like a head armor, so that's a good thing. Does that have a speed of 1? Yeah, okay. Hits on a 2 or higher. That's a 4. That's a hit. Okay, yeah. After hit, I don't roll this side. Well, that's a head location as well. But does he have a jaw still? He lost a hand. He lost a foot. Yeah. So Ilya gets hit in the head location, but not knocked down because she has armor. Being one of the few that does. And that's like the end of the lion's turn. Holy, it's so easy when he actually hits like armor. What's this tabletop simulator? This is Kingdom Death Sim, actually. It's not... Actually, is this based on Tabletop Simulator? I don't know. I think it isn't. Because in Tabletop Simulator, you would like... I don't know, I would grab this token and do this and like the entire board would fly all over. Enjoy the rest of your hunt phase. Good night, Jimmy Map. Enjoy your sleep. I'm still like... I like trying to sort of infer where viewers live. And for the longest time, I'm still not sure if Jimmy lives in like Australia or not. That would explain why he goes to bed right now. But then again, like, for a while I thought Paper Bag lived in like the Asian time zone or something. Because he says like, good morning guys at like 9 a.m. my time. So it's like, okay, he's either American and it's like he's saying good morning at like 1 a.m. But that wouldn't make sense because there was also this time when like he said, it's been 5 hours into the stream. I'm gonna grab a beer. And you're like, you wouldn't grab a beer at like 9 a.m., right? But then I was wrong. Like, assuming where people live entirely based on their bad sleep schedule and when they start drinking. And it turns out that's not a Not an accurate method. Alright. Also, the lion has 6 movement. I thought he only had 5. Maybe I'm just stupid. Getting it twisted. I love getting it twisted. It's morning somewhere in the world. Yeah. Me adding like liquor to my morning coffee. Bunyan can spend survival though, which is cool. The lion's turn ended, so he can stand up. And he would probably be upset. I'm still... I can't like play this tabletop as like a campaign. I'm playing it like a D&D game. Like, oh yeah, he wouldn't like wait for the other two to get in the blind spot. He would get that because like he just got hit in the face. He's immediately gonna stab like the lion in his ass or something. Anyway, 2 attacks with a bone blade from the blind spot. So, a 5 or higher hit. That's 1 hit. We draw a hit location card. Beast Scapular Deltoid. I don't know what those words mean. But, we're gonna roll to wound. It's 2 strength, so a 6 or higher wound. It's cool if you play it like D&D. Okay, so I'm playing it correctly. Okay, that doesn't wound. Damn it. But in D&D, it's like I've had moments where like another player was like, "Wait, no, if you detonate that right now, my character is going to take like so much damage." And I'm like, "Yeah, but how does my character know that yours is still in the room with the enemy?" And then it's like, "Yeah, but dude, it sucks." When like meta-wise, you know it's screwing someone over or screwing yourself over, but it is way more fun to play that way. Yeah, okay, that Deltoid missed. Now, failure. Full move of this monster forward in a straight line. Cancel all hits now out of range. All survivors passed over suffer grab. Place a target knocked down in front of the monster. Target suffers 1 damage per monster level. But that's fine because he can't, like... Yeah, broken foot, ignore the effects of grab. So he just full moves forward, which is 4 actually. But, like, Ilya is not knocked down then, right? Or does the monster just move over Ilya? I forgot. Go to contents. Showdown phase. Showdown round, monster controller. Oh yeah, I've not been giving myself like bonus insanity for attacking myself, but... Common targeting terms, in range, priority target, move and attack, variance of movement, monster movement, full move, back away, toward. Deal damage to hit locations. Yeah, but what happened? Some icons cause damage without choosing a target or explicitly attacking, for example. Deals 1 damage per level. Also, attack profile is resolved normally. Not modified by attributes or tokens. No hit location specified. Roll it. Damage dealt outside of attack roll. Yeah, so... Okay, collision. That's what I need. And impassable terrains may collide with one another. This collision suffers... This causes survivors to suffer collision. When a survivor suffers collision, they are knocked down. Okay. Colliding occurs when the monster moves through or ends its movement on the space occupied by the survivor. Okay, so they move through. Monster collides with survivor. Move through space occupied by survivor. When they do, they collide. Okay, so Ilya just isn't dragged to the end of like the thing. Lucy's the close threat. If his view monster picks her as the target, moves through entirely. Technically, if you're playing solo, you shouldn't use the monster controller tile, but you could play as if you're 4 people and pass it around between survivors. Either way is fine as long as you're consistent with it. Yeah, I named one survivor Renbot, and if I attack him, I give him like 1 insanity. and if he dies, then I know I lose that buff. It's just one survivor that has like the self-insert like plot armor, you know? May moves through space, or they collide. The end of one's movement, the survivor suffers collision. When the monster ends their movement on the they collide, collision, and knock back 5 directly away from the monster. Target Lucy. Survivors may not normally move into spaces occupied by others. They may collide due to knockback. Impassable terrain, showdown board edges. Knockdown and standing. Okay, so... Wait, Zack suffers knockback 5 because he's dragged on. Do you always just let... So is Ilya like knocked down here or knocked down here? So I think... Yeah, so grab is basically the normal collision rules, except you also take 1 damage. So you're knocked down over there because he just collides with you. At the end of its movement, survivor suffers collision. Monster ends their movement on a tile, they collide. The survivor suffers collision. Okay, so it's always collision 5, or like knockback 5. But not knocked down. At the end of the moment, they suffer collision. And yeah. Okay, so it's not knocked down, but knockback 5. And you were standing here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so because it's not a grab, you're not knocked down and not... Doesn't take you along for the ride. That's just grab. They'd be knocked down where they were. Like, these rules are very fake because, like... Okay, wait. You're saying, like, they would be knocked down where they were standing. But... This one says, like... when they collide... At the end of the monster's movement, the survivor suffers collision. When a monster ends their movement on a space occupied by a survivor, they also collide. The survivor suffers collision and knock back 5 directly away from monster. Or is that when they end the tile on like the same spot? Oh wait, never mind. At the very first paragraph, they says like this causes survivors to suffer collision. When they suffer collision, they are knocked down. So it's always knocked down. But if they like finish in the same tile, then you add 5 knockback to it. It's written in a fucked up way, yeah. Where the frick are my if-else statements? Colchus. 1, 2, 3. You attack the lion from the blind spot. With the rock. And it's a blind spot, so 6 or higher hits. That's a 5 and an 8, so that's 1 hit. Draw the hit location card. Beast's tricep. Form basic action targeting the attacker. Okay, but he's not gonna do that because Kolkus always crits. I don't know what's going on, but... like, this one piece of stone is like coated in blood. TTS mod had a really only reminder for all the collision scenarios. Kingdom Deaths probably should have that. And what the fuck are these rules? Yeah, I don't know. Kolkus has like attacked 3 times, hit 4 times, and crit 3 times. Well, that cancels like the reaction. That's a guaranteed wound. And Torn Muscles causes agonizing pain. Discard 1 mood currently in play. That's, well, we haven't had any moods in play yet, so that's also lucky. And we haven't had any trap cards drawn yet, so that's also lucky. The White Lion is knocked down. While the monster is knocked down, all reactions are cancelled and all hit rolls succeed on a 3+. Okay. Bag is gonna use his survival to encourage Ilya. Just like mining away at the stone. I like the fact that I could even say like, oh yeah, Kolkus always crits. After you've crit twice in a row and it happened the 3rd time. 1 in 1,000, by the way. If these were D20s, you would be dead, by the way. I don't know if people know that, but there's this homebrew D&D rule that 3 critical fails or 3 crit successes in a row will kill your character. And in like 7 years of playing D&D, I've seen it almost happen a lot of times, like people critting twice in a row and then hitting like an 18 or a 19 or something. The only time I've ever seen someone roll 3 crit like fails in a row was me. And then my character was basically like... basically death itself shows up and asks for a 1v1. For your life, essentially. Anyway, Ilya is gonna attack with the bone axe twice. When the monster is knocked down, it's tempting to just use the knife to grab, like stab 3 times right away, because it's gonna all hit, but... Wait, the 1 is a crit fail, so that's not hitting, right? So it's still only 1 hit. But yeah, a 3 or higher would hit, and 1 hit, and then we need to get through his toughness. So we draw a hit location card and hope it's not a trap card. Why didn't I put the Beast Maul back on the discard pile? The Beast's Ear. Okay, I'm gonna... Let's see if this works again. Oh yeah, Ilya always crits anyway. Okay, almost. But that does hit. No failure. No critical wound either. So this goes here, and this goes on the wound stack. And that was Ilya's turn, and now it's Paperbag's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you stab the lion while he's on the floor. 1 dice, 2 dice. Where did I put the others? I'm making a mess again. 3 dice. And Bag stabs him with the dagger. That's a crit. Wait, on a perfect hit, gain +1 survival. Well, wait, relax. No, you don't gain 1 move, you gain 1 survival. Nice. And that's 3 hits, because of 3 or higher hits. 1, 2, and 3 hit locations. Okay, Street plus regardless of any modifiers when knocked down, even if you normally hit on a 2+. Oh, so it can be like a downgrade. I think. Wait, Bone Dagger isn't like frail. Okay, I'm gonna roll for the Glorious Main first, actually. Because if that's a crit, we get a cool resource. If it deals regular damage, the fight isn't over. So it's basically an extra chance to get resources. That's a 9. Nope. Okay, this one goes there. Then, which one? You hit the sturdy kneecap. Let's roll for that one. We hit on a 7 or higher. Do you have bonus range? Yeah. Well, that's a 7. That's like a hit to the beast's knee. And there's no more AI cards, so the white lion dies. And that felt... I was about to say, like, that felt easy, but that would have, like, jinxed it, like, 100%. Wow. Bunyan has a disorder now. Also, this one needs to go back in the disorder deck, right? Lion's Claw. This goes onto like the resources stack. And you have like Fur, which goes onto the resources stack. That's a big W. Okay, Lion, you go back in your corner. Survivors can go back to their own like character sheets. I think. I hope I'm right. And then go to contents. We've beaten the white lion. Yippee! And we didn't even, well, we lost only one eye. And Ilya lost one arm. On the way there. Aftermath. Victory. Level 1. +1 hunt XP. +1 weapon proficiency level. And +1 rewards. But we don't have like the settlement level to get weapon proficiencies, right? Or I should have selected that before the hunt. I don't know. Hi, Ilya. You did really well in the fight. Smile. That's not... Ilya, that's not how you say hi to Sir Ryu. You just say Ryu! And then you, like... with any fighting emote. Or, like, weapon. Rewards. First time the white lion is defeated. Well, this was the first time it wasn't like the tutorial. Ryu! Yeah, like that. First time the white lion is defeated, add Catarium to the settlement locations. The group gains the following rewards. Level 1, 4 basic resources and 4 white lion resources. Settlement has Saga when they defeat... Okay, we don't have Saga. Catarium. Oh, do you... Huh? This one. Do you guys want to hear a funny story, by the way? I told a... it's like a bit of an embarrassing story, but I told this to a girl and she was like, "Oh my god, Ren, you're so adorable." And I was like, "What? I'm just autistic, what do you mean?" But I was standing in my apartment. I was standing in the elevator and I needed to, like, I wanted to go somewhere by bike. And so I had to be in the basement, like floor -1. So I step in the elevator and go to like floor -1. And meanwhile, I'm just choosing a Spotify song to play, you know. The doors of the elevator open. And I just step out, and some lady steps into the elevator, and I like look around and realize, oh wait, I'm on the ground floor instead of in the basement now. And and I'm like, oh well, and I turn around, but the elevator doors are already like closing, and I didn't react fast enough to like quickly like stop the elevator doors and step back in. So I was like, shrug, I'll just take this one stairway to go to the basement. But the old lady got into the elevator, pressed like the button to go to floor number 8 or something. And while I'm like walking down those stairs, I'm like, wait a minute. And I just sort of kind of hide on the stairs around the corner. Because as I'm walking down the stairs, I just hear the elevator doors open in the basement. And that lady must be like, wait, why did this guy press the button for the basement and then get out at the ground floor? And then she got in and was sent to the basement. And I just stood around the corner and just waited for those elevator doors to close before like walking in front of it, because I didn't want to like have that awkward like confrontation where she would be looking at me like, hey, why did you get out at the ground floor out of the elevator and then take the stairs to the basement? So yeah, I was like, yeah, I'll just hide a bit over here until she's gone, so I don't have to do that. And I told that friend about it, and she was like, "You're such a freaking dork." And I was like, no, I think I'm just stupid, but I'll take it. Anyway, we gained 4 basic resources. Yippee! Also, wait, why did I add the white lion resource to this stack already? Yeah, okay. Now, we shuffle and grab 1, 2, 3, 4 white lion resources. And where did I put the basic resources? It's innovations. I think I put these back in the box. One, 2, 3. Okay, you weren't the right side up for some reason, so we shuffle. It's the same one. Okay, that's fair. I was there. Yeah. And we're back at settlement phase now. See, show down front face. Oh wait, I can just look at the cheat sheet. Survivors return. Heal returning survivors. Remove tokens. Do not remove gear. Bleed token. Gone. Yeah, only 3 bleed tokens after that combat. And... Wait, does this remove blind? It doesn't. Oh, and it automatically fills in these. Oh, that's cool. Reset injuries. Yeah, it automatically restores armor as well. That's awesome. Yippee! Reset injuries. Confirm. I don't know why this hit location card's still here. Flip this around. Can you combine? Okay. Wait. That's White Lion AI cards cleaned up and permanent injuries. Well, this White Lion is dead, so those aren't really gonna matter anymore. And reset the tokens. I think this one goes into like the AR card pile. These tokens go in there. I'm gonna keep finding like a random white lion hit location cards for the next years. I love how putting stuff into the box like freezes the game up for a second. Good morning, Katak. If you right click on a monster, you can auto set up the fight. Why don't they tell you about this? Okay, survive return. Heal returning survivors. Gain endeavors. We gain like 4 endeavors because 4 people have returned. Holy. Oh, wait. I wanted to stack them, not drop them, but... Okay. Let's see, where's the whole settlement phase? There. And set up environment. Set up the settlement board on the table. Yeah, that's already there. Place gear grids and records. I like how they mention every single phase to like set up the table again. Hunt board located on the reverse side of the hunt board. Returning survivors. Gain like 1 endeavor each. Each settlement has a double-sided settlement record sheet that contains all information. A settlement event deck. Shuffle all settlement event cards and place them face down in the play area. What are this? Here. Are these the settlement event card? No, these are like the settlement location cards. Catarium, oh, these are like the items you make in those places. Innovation, strange resources, secret fighting arts, universal, watcher, the hand, scream antelope. Oh yeah, I haven't seen armor sets before actually. Well, I haven't looked at the cards yet. Add 1 armor to all hit locations, you ignore bash. Okay. Oh, if you have a set, you just get insane armor. For a survival action, roll 1d10 on result 6+, gain +1 survival. Okay, that's like pretty handy. Let's see, we get the update timeline next. Flip. Endless screams. Death count isn't updated. Wait, should survival limit? No, the survival limit is actually 2. Because we innovated language, I think. Right? Okay, book. Show me endless screams. You have 3 from Cannibalize. Ah. These things are easy to miss. A scream pierces the silence around the settlement. As the noise fades, a chorus of horror rises up in answer. Settlement erupts into chaos, trying to comprehend the source of the terrible wail. You may now hunt the screaming antelope. Add it to the quarry list on the settlement record sheet. Nominate a single survivor to stand amidst the madness. They gain courage and become the voice of reason. Who will be the voice of reason? Yeah, exactly. Screaming antelope. Fellas. My back is broken and I've skipped the event because I was staring at lanterns. Ilya lost an arm trying to steal a sword from like someone who was actively hammering on it on an anvil. And what bag? You're gonna be the voice of reason. You're gonna stand amidst the chaos with like your bone dagger and wave it around. You gain +1 courage. Become the voice of reason. Roll 1d10. 2. The survivor's face turns pale as the courage drains from their eyes. Without hesitation, the survivor turns on their heels and dashes for the darkness. Sadly, their foot catches a stone face and they fall face first on the floor. The survivor loses 1 courage and suffers the shattered jaw, severe head injury. So much for being the voice of reason. You lose 1 courage. And you have a shattered jaw. Good job. Dented, but from the wrong side. Shattered jaw. You drink your meat through a straw. You can no longer consume or be affected by events requiring you to consume. You can no longer encourage. This injury is permanent and can be recorded once. Gain 1 bleeding token. Well, you're out of combat, so no bleeding token, but what the fuck? I hate Bag now. Yeah, I can't believe he would run away like that, right? Well. Wait, is there another page to this? No. That's the game. The game over is on the next page. Okay, that's time progressed. Now, update death count. No new deaths, so check milestone story events. There's a milestone for like losing 5 settlements. Population reaches 15. No. No. Nope. Oh yeah, you had some fellas get hit the first age milestone. Oh wait, yeah, some had like the second hunt event. Age. On like 1, 2, 3 people. I think that means they unlock like weapon proficiencies now, right? Wait. Video paused. Continue playing. You know what? Google, show me music to get Black Lung to. Or Coal Lung. Don't actually know what the point of the check milestone phase is. Pretty much every milestone happens immediately when you hit the milestone. Yeah, but like, you return. Yeah, now that you mention it. Working at a coal mine for 60 cents an hour type beat. You know. You know what? Hit me with the freaking Noita soundtrack. I think they put the milestone thing there. Like, check milestones. So the order just stays correct. Innovations, summon events, innovation deck. So return, then they gain endeavors, then we update the timeline. Okay, wait. I need to look up. Before I look that up, I turn the music down a bit. Go to contents. Age. Your time in the darkness changes you. Gain the benefits of Hunt XP milestone you have reached. A survivor may only gain each milestone benefit once in a lifetime. 1. Weapon proficiency. You may now select a weapon type for the selected proficiency. Oh yeah, you need to wound the monster once, and then at the end, if you survive, you gain 1 proficiency. I mean, like, you'd assume you'd have to wait until the check milestones phase to resolve the milestones on your survivor sheets, but those happen, like, in the middle of whatever you're doing. Whatever gave you the XP or courage or whatever. Yeah, but Hunt, I think it's mostly just for Hunt XP and settlement milestones. Like, oh yeah, we now have a population of 15 or something, or, you know. Available weapon types. Okay, so we select. Okay, roll 2d10 to get like a permanent buff and choose a weapon to gain proficiency in. Well, Ilya is for now a big fan of the bone axe, so axe. It's blue, so I'm curious if it like will automatically calculate stuff for me or not. And then, oh wait, I almost forgot about something. What's the button again? This. Nine. Ilya gains 1 random fighting art. Shuffle that. Bam. Clutch fighter. While you have 3 or more bleeding tokens, gain +1 strength and +1 accuracy. It's very hard to gain 3 bleeding tokens, because that means you like already had like 3 chances of dying instantly. I'm not sure if that's like, well, actually that's like the biggest range, so I was like, that seems kind of weak compared to the others, but it's supposed to be. Well, Kolkus has 1 Hunt XP, Bag has 1 Hunt XP, and Bunyan has 2. And you get 8. And that's also 1 random fighting art. You get Tumble. Whenever something would collide with you, roll 1d10. On the result of 6 or higher, you'd successfully tumble out of harm's way. Instead, place your survivor standing on the closest free space outside of the collision path. Cool. Oh yeah, and you get proficiency with sword. Yeah. Okay, that's the age stuff done, I think. Also check for like weird whack milestones on here. We already have one death. We don't have a first child yet. We don't have population. We don't have that. Oh, we have the Caterium now. Check. Also missing a bunch of principles. Lantern research level. I don't know what that is. Oh wait, can I also sort these by like tier or something? No. Wait, does it just keep adding them? I was like, I don't have that many. Oh yeah, it does keep adding them. I thought it would just overwrite the old stuff. Oh, but you can just... Oh, it'll show you what they are this way. Oh, that's cool. Okay. And we have population of 9. Did the milestones. And now we're at develop. So get it out of here. Oh, the Caterium is like... Ooh, that's the white lion armor. That has a... Why would you wear armor if you're just gonna expose, like, your heart in order to, like, show a bit of cleavage? These people are crazy. Also, is that the exact same head and face? White lion helm, white lion shirt, white lion boots. Lion beast cut. For a second I thought these were just like a hairband with like cat ears on it. Oh yeah, and I can put these away. Like, you played this game in real life. Doesn't it get rough in real life to like move all the cards back and forth and all the stuff? Or is it faster in real life? I like how you can roll to learn the meaning of existence, and one of the outcomes is having sex. It's rough, but about the same. Alright. Once per settlement phase, you may spend the listed resource to draw 2 innovation cards. Yeah, you don't need to use... do I use innovation to, like, build a better station or, like, innovate? Requires language, shared experience. Nominate a survivor that has 2 or more hunt XP than yourself. They describe desires of the desired death. If you're not deaf, gain 1 hunt XP. So you basically get older. Them in like you can hold like 5 decks and separate them in like a second in real life. Yeah, also you can... I assume that in real life you can like use these boxes and like... It's a little less clunky because you have 2 arms instead of a single mouse and a lot of hotkeys to remember. Alright, you know what? I'm in the develop phase. I gotta like read through all of these options and then like figure out if the leather worker or weapon craft or barber surgeon are better. And if I want innovations or like creating a bunch of white lion stuff also looks very cool. And I wish, I know it automatically saves, but I wish they gave this game like a manual save as well. I just want to be certain. What? Also the... Oh wait, that's... Okay, no, the camera button doesn't open the camera. Wait, send me back to the table. Okay, you know what? I'm leaving it. Now I gotta put it back on the table. Oh, it's not in expansions. It's in this one. Inventory? No. Oh, I thought I had that whack camera somewhere. Oh well. Oh, I'm in free fly mode now. I don't know how I did that. Anyway, main menu. Can you believe that, like, about an hour and a half of the stream was like the fight against the white lion, and 2.5 hours was me reading like 40 pages of the book. Man, video games are awesome. Now, I'm gonna... Wait, I'm gonna grow huge, I think. Rule Kino or Rule Slop? A bit sloppy because they kind of dump all of the rules on you at once. But then again, like last time I spent like 4.5 hours on a single board game. It was like also a cooperative board games that I played with friends. But in that one, they also had like this tutorial where it's like, hey, we're gonna do the first 2 rounds while like as a tutorial and teach you the ropes and teach you how to do stuff. Also, I like how like the Kingdom Death's still humming in the background. We're gonna teach you how to do stuff, but that one had like a bit more flow to it, if that makes sense. Like if when you attacked, they basically printed out these flow charts for you. Like, hey, you attack, you roll these and match that with this number on the card, then you roll this, and then you this and do this and resolve this. And there were a bunch, like a few less exceptions, I feel like. Also with a, for example, like looking up the rules for collision is a bit whack because it's like the full page and there's not really a way to just read a quick synopsis of like, hey, the lion just ran over one of my survivors. What do I do? You gotta read like every paragraph, and the first one says, when you collide with a monster, you are knocked down. Then, in this scenario, this guy is knocked down 5 spaces. And then you have to figure out, like, okay, is that specific to that scenario? Or is there like is this an exception to the rule? Or, yeah. Anyway, it is it is funky sometimes. Let's see, who do I rate? Do I... Wait, didn't someone earlier say that, like, oh, right, you should play Kingdom Come Deliverance or something? Oh, no, wait, someone said I gotta play Gothic 1. Oh yeah, and like, so I scrolled back up in the chat to like see who said that, but I saw also a first-time chatter saying like, hey, that's the game... No, wait, wasn't the first one? No, that's Damol. Never mind. Just saying like, oh yeah, it's the game with the horny miniatures. and I can't really argue with that because it's true. I still think it's really funny that Kingdom Death, like the character design is similar to Darkest Dungeon, but Darkest Dungeon with like that one anime girl mod. The minis are so insane. It's what's that then mod. Google, show me Darkest Dungeon anime mod. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, I feel like that's such an accurate description because it matches like the grim dark like art style and stuff, but also they have huge knockers and have them on display. Anyway, a friend of mine wants to get a 3D printer. Maybe I'll ask him to just print the figures for me. I'm gonna keep Ilya away from the minis because who knows? I mean, wouldn't you? Being honest, I probably would, but not as badly as Kingdom Death has it. Like, there were people that saw like the art of like, oh, what happens if a character is knocked down, and they thought that like if you don't see the full image, it looks like a woman getting back shots. But that's besides the point. That's it sells. Why do you, Ren? Why do you think my brother bought this game for $400? No, I'm just quoting paperback there. Don't mind me. Yeah, Kingdom Death, good video game. Does take a lot of time though. I remember first time reading that and like the instruction book and the book saying like, yeah, one session of Kingdom Death Monster is a hunt, a showdown, and a settlement phase. And I was like, huh, that can't be true. I see paperback do like 3 or 4 showdowns on a single stream, and now I'm doing it myself, and like one showdown takes 4 hours. Video games are back, baby, and so are slightly horny miniatures. Say hi to Caleb, stare at him, send him a bot, like bomb threat, I don't know. I'm thinking like 8 hours, yeah, but a proper D&D session also lasts like 4 hours, you know? So that's... I expect at least like, oh yeah, I can do like 2 I finished the tutorial, I can do 2 showdowns in one stream, and then I spent the